Alrighty then, let's do this thing. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Yay, everything worked. Everybody's in the right boxes. I was really worried there for a second. Alright, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Welcome to Tabletop Down, my little home away from home here on the internet. My name is Kevin. I go by It's So Sublime here online. And this is Rumors of the Dead, our little Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle. Numerous, you are slightly askewed. I will have to fix you, but that's the only one. Just lean real hard for me, okay? Yeah, if you could just lean
Yeah,
real
I can
hard.
lean a little.
No, I'll
Okay, I'm
fix it
leaning
here.
the wrong way, aren't I?
I will fix it here in a second.
Sorry.
But either way, Rumors of the Dead is our interactive little Vampire the Masquerade game. The concept is we play the game, you guys help write the game. So the way it works is that the entire system is based off of rumors. We play a game of Vampire the Masquerade, in which we live, in the city of LA, roaming the streets, taking care of our typical kindred affairs. But you guys, the chat, have the option to add in rumors and evidence to those rumors as you see fit, and those things will become little birds in the player's ears as we hit certain milestones. Some of those rumors will become fact and may take part, a major part in the story. That's the general concept of how we have everything set up here, is that, you guys get to DM this game. I know our D&D game, you guys get to help the players, and this side you get to help the GM. So it works out that way. But real quick, we'll go around the table, we'll do some quick intros, and then we'll get into the actual game itself. So let's see, let's start top left. That's where I got you. Clark, who are you and what do you do? I don't know, you can tell whatever you want about yourself. Yeah.
Name's Clark from Southern California, and my character name is Jamal, who is in La Sombra.
La Sombra, nice. Jive Man. Let's see, who are you and what character do you play?
Hey everybody, my name is Jive Man. I go by he, him. I'm a graphic designer that's been working for 10 years, and tonight I'll be playing Snowcone, the Salubri Pharmacist.
Nice. Alright, let's switch down to Paul, by my calculations.
Hey folks, Paul. I go by Paul OK on our Discord and Goonie Bones over in the Twitch chat. I'll be playing Bart, a Nosferatu fixer.
Nosferatu fixer, I like that. And last but not least, Numerous. Now that I finally got you centered away, I gotta trim you up a little bit, but what do you do?
Alright. I'm Numerous. I am playing Numar, a La Sombra.
La Sombra?
Kind of pretty angsty teen.
Nice.
20s guy. That's teenage to me now.
Right, and vampire years, still pretty young, right?
Right. I could probably lie about my age forever.
You can get,
playing fledglings, basically.
That's the nice part about being a vampire, is you can kind of pick your own age as long as it roughly matches your appearance. You're pretty good, You can make it work.
Right.
All right, well, that's cool. So just to give you guys a quick recap, give me 1 second here. A quick rundown, should I say, actually, of what our game entails. We are playing an Anarch game. It is set within Los Angeles, kind of in between canon and not. I know some of the lore and the canon from different streams and things like that, but then you gotta start picking which streams count, which streams don't, etc., right? So we're kind of in between, Sure, the Vormans were one, big players here in LA. Let's see, who else? Nines is absolutely still the Baron downtown. That just makes sense. These are things that we know from a lot of the lore, but then there'll be things where I kind of, improvise my own structure to it. We make our own way as far as that goes. Things are changing. So it is modern day in the LA streets. There has been a time of peace since the last incursion or attempt at an incursion from the Camarilla, and things have been rather calm for the most part. The Anarch Free States are on the rise, as they have been for a long time, and we're continuing to find how we settle into that nature with our kindred as they find their own little places within the city. And these kindred are about all the same. They've all been, I think all of you guys have been around the city for a little while was the kind of rough idea that we had, correct? You've been around, you may have establishments or businesses. I know, like Bart has his garage. Numerous has found a crypt to squat in, things like that. Or should I say, Numar has found a crypt to squat in. So you guys have locations, but nothing has really been established as far as like territory or domain as far as yourself. You're aware of the Baron. You know who she is. Your Baron specifically would be a woman by the name of Isabel, or Izzy, as most people locally know her. That has, not had any not taken issue with you, if that's something to get you started with. So at very least, you've been allowed to hunt and feed and live, and no complaints have been made. But there's not been a lot of like true interaction with Izzy up until this point. But on this particular night, each of you received a text message. Well, let's start off by saying, who carries a phone? All right, Paul. No phone for Clark's character. Okay. I'm trying to think how you would have got this message otherwise.
Well, no, my character does carry a phone.
Right, that's what I was trying to say. So
No.
Bart does carry a phone.
If anything, I would hit up the folks that live in the crypt. Maybe we like are somewhat neighbors, even like where the warehouse that I sleep under is conveniently located right next to a graveyard.
Right, and that's the other part I probably should mention is you guys are at least aware of each other. You've worked somewhat well together in a couple of things, or helped each other out at very least.
Mm-hmm.
So there is an attachment there. Whether maybe you guys aren't committed friends, but it's not a long-term romance here, bromance should I say? But you guys are at least all aware of each other and have spent time together at some point or another. So that does work out. So yeah, I would say of course, Bart would have got a text message. Anyone else that has a phone, even whether you had given Isabella your number or not, got a random, number that came in on your phone that just says, "Hey, your Baron would like to speak with you. Come to." Let's see. I would think how she would quote it.
What's a normal hangout spot?
Yeah, it would actually say, meet me at this address, and it would just give you an address. It wouldn't necessarily tell you what it is. If you're aware of it, let's see, you guys have lived in the city long enough. You would probably know that Izzy is known to hang out at a club in West LA referred to as Eclipse, or as the sign would show, Lunar Eclipse, a small nightclub in West LA, well, a medium-sized nightclub in West LA. And that's the address that was given to you, was to meet her there. It just says, "Hey, your Baron would like to speak with you. Please come meet me here." Again, any of you that have phones would have received the text message. The rest of you that do not may have to get the message from one of the other players. But we'll go ahead and start out with just kind of, I love to do an idea of where were you when you woke up kind of situation. So we'll start off there, and that'll get us started with the campaign. So let's start with Jamal. Again, we'll do the same rotation. Jamal, when you woke up tonight, first thing I need you to do is I need you to make a rouse check, because that's how we start off our nights.
I'm going to say I woke up in the crypt. It was an uneventful day. I went back there and got some sleep.
Right on. Kind of just waking up in couch surfing at Numar's place. You got a nice couch there, Numar, or is it one of those shitty ones with like the spring hanging out? Maybe a couple of cushions, got some dog chew marks, or what?
I'm sure it's like the nicest couch you could find on the side of a road.
Right,
we just
right.
brought in one day.
Hey, that thing was nice for what you got.
There's probably bugs, but it might be intact.
Fair enough. It's decent enough. That's it. All right. So you passed your rouse check. You wake up. You had a. I will say that previous to this, you guys had all had a reasonable meal. You're all starting at hunger 1. You know what I mean? This test is just to see whether or not that pain kicks in tonight any further or not. So yeah, you wake up, you're kind of surfing on the couch. Let's actually switch this up then, and we'll do kind of a dual thing here. So Numar, if he's waking up in your place, where are you waking up?
I probably been up for a little while. Just disassembling some burner phone that doesn't work. So I can't really use phones. They don't really work for me too well. So I'm just probably smashing it or taking it apart, seeing what can be salvaged, and probably doing more damage to it than actually salvaging.
Right. Yeah. Every time you almost get it to work, that spark that lives inside the Lasombra tends to take it the other direction, and you go from the screen is working to the screen is now static and distorted.
Right.
All right. So still within the crypt, though, is kind of the gist of what I'm getting then.
Yeah, probably within the crypt, just pecking at it with the screwdriver or whatever tool I got.
Gotcha. So you said you kind of have some issue with this phone, but do you have a phone of your own that you would have gotten this text message from?
This
I'm
is
not.
my main phone.
I'm not too hard on the Lasombra. If they want to have a phone, I'll allow you to have a phone, but it's probably like a flip phone, something a little more sturdy than today's modern technology. Definitely, touchscreens aren't working well for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I had a flip phone that's working. That's the one I took apart.
I love those
So
Nokia the brick. Do you remember that thing? That's what you need. It's just the Nokia brick phone. It serves as an improvised weapon if needed. But all right. So you would probably be sitting there disassembling that phone about the time that you would see your friend start to stir on the couch. I need you to also make me a hunger roll. So this is going to be a rouse check. I know you're kind of newer to the system. Let me go ahead and help you out here. I'll pull up your sheet and kind of guide you through it.
Which one it is here?
Yeah, so right below your hunger, you'll see where it says rouse check, and if you just click that, it'll quickly roll a die it'll roll a single die for you and tell you whether you passed or failed.
Looks like you rolled good.
Okay, so that is a failure. Anytime you see the little basic dot, that is typically a fail. So,
Yeah,
as you were sitting there
tinkering's getting me worked up.
becoming more frustrated with the phone, so does your frustration in your stomach as you feel that growl kind of roll up upon your body, and it's all too familiar. You know what I mean? You may have just ate the night before, had a nice full stomach, and here we go again. That same pang of hunger starts to introduce itself, and the frustration kicks in, the irritability of it. You know, it's like you're 3.5 hours into your shift waiting on that cigarette break and it just hasn't got there yet. You know, maybe not everybody would understand that one, but you know, that's the closest comparison I think I can make. But yeah, you definitely feel a wave of hunger roll over you about the time that your phone goes off and gives you a quick distraction as you slam the other phone to the table. You would see this message that says your Baron would like to speak with you. Come to blank address, West LA. So let's see, that works for me. And you could probably help pass that information along to your friend who you know doesn't have a cell phone.
I was going to say that phone I was tinkering with was my main cell phone.
Oh,
But
it was
maybe
the
in a
main
lapse
phone.
of it turning on, it gave me a message and then and then it
Gotcha.
just went out.
I see what you're saying. That was the phone. Yeah. The message came in. It's half distorted. You're missing part of the address. It just says, "Come meet your Baron." Skid marks. You know what I mean? W blur LA. You might have to figure out the rest some other method. You know
Sure,
what I
the
mean?
rest will have the address.
Right. Somebody may have also gotten this. Let's see. Let's go back up to Jive Man then. Jive, where are you at when you wake up tonight?
Probably the same place he usually is, just sleeping in their truck.
Sleeping in their truck. Nice. Any particular hangouts that you like to park at? Do you got like a Wendy's parking lot or a back alley that you use frequently? Or, I mean, West LA's got a lot of like, you know, if you get out of town a little bit, you get some desert maybe.
Yeah, I'd say they're parking themselves like right about. They're parking themselves like next to like a nice Denny's place because you know they were looking to grab some breakfast.
Nice, nice, nice. Grab a little grab a little breakfast before you get started. Well, speaking of breakfast, let's go ahead and get your hunger roll in here while we're at it as well. If you could make me a rouse check, sir. Let's see how hungry you are tonight.
All right.
Right. So, very similar to Numar. As you wake up, you feel that immediate growl in the pit of your stomach. It's not even an actual bodily function anymore. The growl, you believe, is subconscious. This kind of roar in your head that just reminds you it is absolutely time for you to go out and start that hunt again. You might have a little while before it's required, but the pain will just keep coming until eventually you feed the sensation. Nice. I love the vamp burger. That's good stuff. But yeah. So you wake up in your truck. You're in the Denny's parking lot. At least that might be something. I don't think it'll help with this hunger in particular. But you do see that there's a handful of people actually making their way out of the Denny's. Of course, it's open 24/7. This is the best place for drunk people to come at 2 a.m. So they're open 24/7. But it looks like for the most of the dinner crowd is now making their way out as you're waking up in this parking lot. It seems to be pretty thin inside. Would you have a cell phone? Is that something that Snowcone would carry around?
Say yes, because they've probably got some people they need to keep in touch with, patients, and then just to keep in touch with like any people back in Colorado. They just
Right.
they always got to have their cell phone on in case somebody needs help.
Just gotta, in case you need to make a house call, there is a phone available. Gotcha. Well, it's around the time that you're watching these people come out of the Denny's. It's actually, it seems like a small family that is gathered for their weekly meal. They give each other hugs. They say their goodbyes. They split into a couple of different cars and make their way out of the parking lot. But as you're kind of watching those group of individuals, you would hear your phone start to buzz, and looking down at the screen, you do see a message that simply says your Baron would like to speak with you. West, 1832nd, whatever, blah blah blah, West LA. Actually, I probably wouldn't say West LA, but we'll get into the map situation later. But yeah, you would know the address well enough to know roughly where it's at, and it is the address of a club known as Eclipse, kind of a modern nightclub, live DJ type place that has dancing and overpriced drinks with people that want to be celebrities, right? So that's the message that you would get at that point. Let's see. Do you actually go into the Denny's? Do you go in to grab a snack, or just kind of sit there and stare at the sign for a little while before making your moves?
I think that they would see the message and be like, I can only grab one thing. So I think they would do kind of like the scummy thing of like they walk into a Denny's and they like act like they're supposed to be there, and then they look for a table that's already got like some scraps of food on there, and then they just like grab two sausages and like a biscuit and then just walk right out.
Gotcha. Throw yourself together a leftover table burger and make your way out the door. Let's you know what? I'm not even gonna make you roll for that. That's fine. I want to see how bad it ended up, but we'll just say it's mediocre at best. But yeah, you can grab yourself a breakfast biscuit on the way out the door.
Yeah, that biscuit came with no drink.
Yeah, right. You're not getting anything special. There was a half a cup, like a quarter cup of tea left on the table with it, but that's up to you.
I don't think he was looking for that drink.
Right, exactly. Not the drink you wanted. What about you there, Paul? So let's jump over to Bart's character. And where does Bart wake up this evening?
A little better than usual. Bart makes his haven
Nice.
in a basement of a warehouse that he also works for part-time, doing mechanic work. His main sleeping setup is a locker that is built into a wall. Somewhat secure right now, but he would like to improve it in the future potentially. Getting out of there, it's check phone, check a thing or two on the computer. Then I assume I get the message that we've all now gotten.
Correct. Yeah, you would also get the
With
same
something
message.
like that, knowing my neighbors, I would probably, after getting clothes changed and any other up done, I'll head over to the graveyard, check in on them,
Cool.
kind of give a knock at the mausoleum that I know. Do you rotate mausoleums notably, or are you sticking with just this one?
I feel like if you have
I've
a
been there long
couch,
enough. It's probably the same one most of the time.
We haven't yet decided on.
At least we haven't switched yet since we've been here.
I was just thinking, if you have a couch, like I could just imagine you guys like scurriedly moving that thing from one mausoleum to a next every couple of weeks, just like, all right, time to move again. Grab the couch. You know what I mean? Somebody starts scurrying around with a couch through a graveyard in the middle of the night. The visuals.
Keeper's gonna be so confused.
Right, it's like, what is going on over here? You see somebody walking by at night casually, just like, what the hell?
Taking a couch out of a mausoleum.
Right.
But still,
But
after checking with my tech compromised associates, I guess I'll hop aboard my motorcycle and make my way over. Y'all have your van, right? Is that up and working?
Yeah, Jamal has a van.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Jive, would you go straight to would Snowcone go straight to the club, or would he kind of check in with your friends first as well?
Assume that like everybody got the text because we pretty much know the Baron together. So if everybody can get there by themselves, then they would just assume it's like, well, I don't want to slow anyone down, so I might as well get there and not be the last one there.
Yeah, I will say, as far as the text message said, it just said your Baron would like to speak with you. It didn't even mention necessarily everybody else, but it could be it could be implied. You know what I mean? It would kind of be assumed that you guys spend enough time together, that you have been associated as a coterie at this point. So you know what I mean. At least some would assume anyway. So yeah, that works out. All right, so those three of you that are hanging out at the crypt. First off, before you move out, do you just kind of grab your gear and roll? Is there any post hangouts? Does anybody stop to grab a bite along the way? Any of that fun stuff? Or do you just make your way to the club?
I'm good.
I mean, I'm hungry, but I guess I can hold it. Whatever.
Hold it.
I want to see if I could swing. I want to see how I can swing somebody. Since it's a club and being the pharmacist, I could want to see if like anybody would like anything for this type of environment.
Right.
Yeah. If you're gonna eat at the club, we can most certainly have that moment on the way in the club. There, no problem there. All right, so that makes it pretty simple then. You guys load up your gear, you grab whatever, basics that you feel you might need. Maybe, dress for the occasion. I don't know, or maybe not. That's entirely up to you.
Yeah, the dress code is a little bit more severe, but I guess speaking of dress, the one notable trait of my character is that he wears from top down full motorcycle garb, so like helmet, leathers, gloves, big ol' stompy boots. Doesn't by and large take it off, because when you're ugly as sin, it makes you not to draw attention to yourself.
I just realized I have
the best
the
way
image.
thought of so far.
Just realized I have the wrong club image up here anyway, so let's do this for you, and I will actually put your tokens up here.
Though,
real quick.
Does Jamal or Numar, do they dress? How do they dress? I guess I should.
Let me let him go first. So you know that's not on our screen.
But I mean, just a little bit more for our viewers at home. The biggest
Yeah,
no,
I will definitely get you guys there here in just 1 second. So.
Casual t-shirt, like.
Oh yeah, you have a t-shirt with your face on it. Is that actually like in the deal? Good luck.
Get in the way.
So, also something that the Lasombra may do, because, when you can't see your own face in a mirror, you just want to go, ooh, look at me.
I love the idea that like that's true. It would have had the shirt would have probably had to have come before, like
Well, you can
almost
still get a printed
before.
shirt post the embrace. You just need it drawn instead.
Right, it would have to be either an art rendering or something. Yeah, because like you couldn't get your picture taken quite as easily nowadays. It's hard to get a photograph. You can't just stop by one of those little booths.
I guess also though, Numar, you are fresh enough to the unlife that you probably just have recent photographs on like a cloud storage system that
Sure.
you just have a selfie
Yeah,
to tweet.
maybe
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
the picture's a couple years old.
Yeah,
Oh,
you could absolutely
Um,
still have pictures at this point. Yeah.
I've probably been wearing pictures with my face on it even before the La Sombra thing.
So the idea is
that's
just got this
true.
closet
Yeah.
filled with
it
shirts.
was just like
Just-
something that just felt normal to me, and no one really called me out on it, except maybe Jamal. I don't know if he would have or not.
Are we going to
He would
spoil
have
to
been
the
that
good
honest.
folks y'all's relationship right now? Save it for later.
Ooh,
I mean,
It's up to you
we're
guys.
friends. We can expose that.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Friends. There you go. That works out. Well, like as far as the dress code situation goes, yeah, it is Friday night. I should have mentioned that, by the way. It is a Friday night in Los Angeles, so people are typically dressed to, for success. But at the same time, you would know enough about the particular baron that you live under and this club in general to know that it is not, this isn't your like Hollywood glitz and glamour type of club, but it is still a pretty nice, place as far as that goes. It's respectable. And a lot of people, though they would dress up, there's no like mandatory dress code. You might have
You guys
trouble
are a
getting
boxer?
through the line, but you guys apparently are on the list, so that would probably, alleviate a lot of those problems for you. Yeah, so the
Been on a list
biker
before.
the biker gear would probably be all right. Yeah, you may have even probably, again, you probably haven't had a lot of interaction with Izzy, but you may have at very least, made an appearance once to say, I'm in the city, something like that.
But like even then, I don't have like merit known or similar deals. I am still currently fresh to the scene.
Right, yeah, pretty new in. Yeah, you especially would still be pretty new. Um, let's say I'm trying to think who's been here the longest. Snowcone's probably been here the longest, right? Nope,
Though he still transferred from a different area, so
that's true too. Yeah. Well, that's cool though. All right, you guys load up. Say Numar and Jamal load up in your van. Jive or shit. I'm gonna have a terrible time with names tonight. We'll get there. Snowcone
okay.
is going to load up in his truck and make his way. Woke up in his truck and just took off. And of course, Bart on his motorcycle, his touring bike, if I remember correctly.
essentially just
Nice.
something built for mainly city driving, but having enough power to get over 100.
Right. Get you around, does what it needs to do, and if absolute emergency calls for it, can get off the road as well a little bit. That
Balanced deal.
yeah, that works out quite well. But you make your way to Lunar Eclipse, locally just known as Eclipse. The sign out front reads Lunar, but nobody ever refers to it as that. As expected on a Friday night, it does have a small line outside. There's, thumping bass. As soon as you pull up, you can immediately hear a crowd and the bass of the music from inside. It is kind of a popular spot as far as this side of town, but not the biggest club, of course. Excuse me. Shit. But as you approach, you see that there seems to be a large number of people. And as you're making your way out of your vehicles or off of your vehicles and making your way through, there's a couple of things that kind of stand out. There seems to be a large crowd of people that don't look like club goers that are kind of loitering around out front. Let's see. How about everybody goes ahead and give me a bit of a perception check here. So that is going to be... God, I always forget how these rolls work. Take a quick look at the character sheet. Wits and awareness. Yeah, that's exactly it. Wits and awareness. Need to keep a character sheet up in front of me. We'll see exactly how observant you guys are.
Difficulty?
You can call it a difficulty too. I'm just kind of gauging how much people how much you notice. Most of these things should be relatively obvious, but all right. So let's see.
Pretty hardy group.
Numar has 3. Jamal has 4. Bart has 3. Let's see. Snowcone, do we got you yet? It's awareness. You click on awareness first, then when it asks you, you'll get the wits portion of it. I hate that because I just natural of me to go with attribute then skill, but they make you do it backwards here. You got to do skill then attribute.
Probably because there's less of them.
Nice, there we go. So 1 success for Snowcone. Snowcone is got other things on his mind, man. He's got a little hunger in his stomach. The sausage didn't quite cut it. There was nothing good to drink, you know. There was some stale old coffee. That's not what you want. But yeah. So you may be paying a little bit less attention, but the same notices to you. At very least, the thing that Snowcone would notice is that you're not alone. You're the rest of the people that you've roughly associated with recently are also here. So it doesn't appear that you've been the only person called to this meeting. You do see that Numar, Jamal, and Bart are all 3 showing up around the same time that you do. So you would see them as you get out. Now, as for who is it that rolled our 4? Let's see, Numar, Clark 3. Okay, yeah. So both Bart and Numar, as well as Jamal, you would notice that there is, like I said, a larger than normal number of people that are gathering. It seems almost as if they are congregating outside around a couple of cars in the parking lot. And there are, average housewives, middle-aged men that just probably wouldn't, fit in this type of club environment. And Jamal, you're the first to notice that a couple of them are actually doing things like grabbing signs out of the back of their trucks and trunks and cars. A couple of them have, either, more or less like picket signs that they've gathered around. The couple of them are set up as far as that goes. Pull open my notes here. I got notes everywhere. Let's see, where am I looking? There they are. So let's see. One of them that you would see, where's the rest of them at? There we go. You would see a sign that says community before condos. Another person is wearing a shirt that says fight for our right to stay. So there does seem to be something going on. You don't know if that has anything to do with this club in particular, or if they're just in the area. But there's something going on there at very least, and it does seem like the crowd is starting to gain some, it's getting bigger, as you're making your way towards the edge of the club. Jamal, you would see that there's, your average crowd out here otherwise, though. There's beautiful women in their, cocktail dresses. There's a couple of guys that are, dressed up in their best stunner gear, trying to, flirt with a couple of girls, things like that, trying to make their way in. The women, of course, make very quick work of getting through the velvet rope, that's set up in front of the club, while some of the guys are trying to convince or buy their way through the door. There's a couple of kids that you see, teenage kids that you see roaming around on the sidewalk. You see at least one kid skateboarding down the street. You can hear the sounds of spray paint cans being shaken somewhere as people are doing, some graffiti in an alley nearby, stuff like that. But as you make your way to the door of the club, you do see that there is a very large man holding a clipboard that he's not looking at all, standing in front of this half-assed velvet rope that they have set up. It's not necessarily a red carpet affair, but they've tried to do their best to look like every other club in town. So they do have a man standing there with a clipboard, monster of a man that's, obviously there to keep out any riffraff. Do you guys make your way to the line? Do you jump to the head? Do you try to, how is it that you guys approach the situation?
We were called to jump the line.
Sorry, what was that?
We were called here. Jump the line.
This is true. Sound about right to all the rest of you guys as well?
Totally.
Yeah.
Just walk in like
Yeah,
like
follow
we're supposed
Jamal.
to be here.
Yeah, making your way up to the man, he immediately just looks at you and kind of takes a glance up and down, and immediately kind of just throws out a back of the line. I don't know what you're doing. You know what I mean? And waits for your response. But of course, nobody's introduced themselves or anything, so that's up to you. But he just kind of gives you that initial look like you're just some other asshole in the crowd, right?
Did somebody have a phone? And I reached for them. I was like, Izzy invited us.
Yeah, I guess Bart would step forward, just showing a message that, well, is there anything that, how suspicious does the message look? Like, I'm not breaking the masquerade.
It does say your Baron would like to speak with you.
Okay, I'm not gonna be doing that. Just, is she known by the public as being Izzy?
That is a publicly known name, yeah. Isabella or Izzy.
Izzy called us here. Seemed kind of urgent.
Okay. In that case, as soon as you drop kind of like Izzy called for us, you see him actually take a minute and have this moment of realization, like, shit, there's a reason I have the clipboard. And he takes a look over it, and he kind of, looks at the clipboard, looks back up, looks at the clipboard, and it's Snow Cone that catches his attention the most. Apparently there's not names, but maybe a physical description. And he kind of just looks at the hair, and he's like, oh, yeah, she's in the back, fine, and lifts the rope to let you guys in. You know what I mean? Kind of has a moment of like, oh shit, these guys do belong here. You hear of course, a couple of boos and jeers from the crowd behind you that's been waiting in line for over an hour trying to make their way in. Like, what does this guy get in for? What the hell? That guy looks like a Muppet. You know what I mean? Like, a couple of those things. But yeah, you are immediately led into the club at that point and told that she is, in the back or upstairs at this point. He doesn't really follow you in. He doesn't spend much time on, giving you a proper introduction, just tells you to go head on inside and acknowledges that you should belong here. As you make your way in, there is a coat check. There's a small hallway, kind of entrance area. Let's go ahead and actually use this. Bar map. I don't do too much with maps, but just since I have this one, we'll go ahead and make use of it.
Oh, and this is a place that we may visit more in the future.
Right. That's why I
May
actually
have
took the
various-
time to do it. It's like, if this is where your Baron's at, you probably should have a map for this, just in case. So yeah, as you make your way in, there is kind of like this hallway here, and on either side of it, you would find like a a small little window that's typically taking covers or at very least checking coats and things like that. So as you make your way down through the hallway, there is a series of mirrors on either side. There are some band posters that are attached to several of the mirrors, etc. And as you pass by this windowed area, someone is, checking IDs, make sure to check, coats and things like that. But as you make your way out into the open fare of this place, it is packed. There is already a thriving crowd this early in the night. There is a large mass of bodies. The smell of sweat and kine is rich in the air. You know what I mean? If you weren't hungry before, the thought crosses your mind now. As you start to make your way into this area and see this pulsing mass of bodies and, mostly younger people, dressed to try and be as appealing to the eye as possible. And it looks like a buffet. But there is a pretty lively crowd. At the head of this stage area down here, you would see that there is a DJ booth set up, and there is multiple levels to this. So you guys make your way out onto the initial dance floor area. Here is kind of where you would spill out. You of course have your bar, your lounge, everything else as well. But there is an upper level that is, raised to about a, 8 to 10 foot area where you do see a couple of tables up to the top, maybe some VIP areas, things like that. Some guy bumps into you, Numar, as he's coming out of the bathroom and just kind of like slams into you a little bit as he's not paying attention, still half zipping up his pants, making his way back out. And he's just like, hey, man, look out. Didn't you see me?
Oh, you got pee all over me.
What?
I just, I nudge him back a little.
He's like, whatever, man. You better watch it. And makes his way on into the crowd.
Whatever, wash your hands.
Wash your hands. I forgot about the Napoleon Dynamite comparison. It took me a second. As soon as I heard you talk, it kicked in. Tina, eat your food. Are you gonna eat this, Tots? But one thing that you guys can probably all pick up on pretty quickly is that this area right here has a raised platform that kind of steps up into an area that has like a half-drawn curtain. So the curtain's drawn on one half, but not the other, and it is exposed. And inside of that area, it takes you all but a second to see someone that does seem familiar to you. If I can find the artwork here. Wow. You see a very beautiful woman peeking out of the curtain there. She is, of course, dressed up very well. Her hair is done up. She is laughing and talking with a couple of other people, and you would recognize this as Izzy. This is the Baron of West LA, or at least the quadrant. So I probably should have put that map together too. I'll do that for you at some point. But I took a map. If you guys didn't see this stream after I talked to you guys last week, I did make a kind of a regional map of the area just to break it into sections that are easier to digest. And I think there was like 13 of them, somewhere in that ballpark. And this is her quadrant of Los Angeles to deal with. So a little bit about Izzy. You know that first off, you're not sure what clan she is from. There's a lot of suspected, rumors about what clan she may be a part of, but you're not actually sure yourselves. Let's see. Sorry. But for the most part, one thing that you know about her, and the reason that may have helped you settle in this part of Los Angeles, is that she is kind of known very well for being the type of Baron that is not very particular over which clans, reside within her area. That's actually kind of something that she has caught some grief for, but is also well known for. I'm going to switch you guys on maps here real quick. So just to make my life a little bit easier, I made this. This is our regional map. and I'll give you guys each a copy of this, but West LA is just kind of this little sliver top left here to the side of Beverly Hills between Santa Monica and Malibu, and that's all considered part of her domain or her territory. So
Wide
that
spanning.
should
So,
give you a rough idea of where you're at least. I might have got some of these wrong. Please, person that's actually from LA, don't give me too much shit here. I went by the best guesses I could. The one I did pretty good, I think, until I got down to like Hawthorne and Torrance and I don't even know what that is. I just used names off the map. I was just like, yeah, sure, that's what they're called. Obviously, that's what they're called.
It looks fine to me, but I live east of there. And when I showed it to somebody who lives like in the center there in Linwood,
Yeah.
she was like, no, this doesn't go there. She was like, Signal Hill and all that, that's all Long Beach. Nobody says Signal Hill.
Gotcha. Yeah, I did the best I could, but yeah, it'll work enough for our game anyway. But yeah, just
great for me.
just
the
thought it.
World of Darkness version.
It is the world, exactly. It's the World of Darkness version of LA. I just wanted some way to categorize it more or less by Barrett. So that's the biggest way of identifying each area. Is it's not even about necessarily the actual territory, but these are just where they've been broken up by baronies, and you would know that your baron, Izzy, controls that much turf essentially. But again, you see this beautiful woman sitting there, casually talking with several people. She's laughing. She does have a small drink in her hand, a little, kind of one of those half-sized solo cup type deals that may or may not have liquor, may or may not have something better in it. You're not sure. But she is kind of laughing and finding herself amused by the company that she keeps. She has a style to her, and again, this is why there has been rumors about her clan as to whether she may be Ventrue, because she has got some business ethics and has done well in both business as well as being a baron. But you can definitely see a flare of a Toreador style starting to peek through as well, where she has this kind of very stylish garb on. The club which she has decorated, this is her establishment, is very well decorated and taken care of, but rumors are rumors and it's hard to assume. But the one thing that you guys do all know about this woman is that she is very open to all clans and has caught some grief in the past over being so open to things like La Sombra or even Samitsi, things like that aren't as easily embraced, having, such association to like Sabat and stuff like that. But it's up to you guys as to how you want to go from here. You see the target of which you are to talk to, but the club is yours. You can take your time, mingle, make your way straight to her, however you guys want to do it. This is where I let you guys have fun. I just had to set the stage, right?
Are you ready?
I mean, Bert can't exactly too easily show up, but he's nervous about approaching still, and like this is maybe second time even hearing her voice, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can. One thing that stands out is you definitely feel a presence. Just as soon as you catch her, sitting there is almost a wave of positive energy that she can exude. She's the type of person that when she walks into a crowd, all eyes are on her. She gathers all the attention. And this being her club, she seems very much at home here. So she's definitely putting off, I'm the queen, kind of vibe in this area. So it definitely stands out to you. But mingled in amongst that, in between, between you where you're at currently and her, are a sea of people that smell great. Let's see, Jibe, you were talking about keeping an eye out for anyone that might want to barter or trade. You would absolutely, even with a 1, you would see the notable signs that you've gotten used to of people, sliding things from one hand to another, placing something in their mouth and then kissing someone else. You know what I mean? There is obviously some drug use going on mixed in with the drinks. You see that there's a handful of bouncers around, but they seem to be ignoring most things and keeping their eyes focused on the bars. You know, making sure that no drinks are being tampered with, nobody's starting any fights, not too worried about the person, you know, maybe taking something to enjoy their evening.
We probably shouldn't set up a sign with prices.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he might not want to set up a shop. He's wheeling in a cart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Snowcone's approach is like, when in Rome, so they're just gonna start dancing their way through the crowd, just like, yeah.
This is an environment that suits you well. You know, as soon as people see you, even though you're an older kind of person, like you said, you were in your 40s by visual aesthetic, right? Like 30s, 40s, is that right?
Yeah, I would say like late 30s.
Yeah, like late 30s. So a little bit older for this crowd, but when they see the rainbow colored hair, are you still wearing the mad scientist lab coats?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it works. It just works. There's definitely some interest, and a couple of people are like, "Hey, it's that guy. I know him. I know him." You know what I mean? You've never met this person in your life. No fucking clue who they are. But everybody's got to know everybody, right? You know, so there is a bit of a vibe come through and he does actually make a bit of a path for you guys that are, you know, left behind as he starts to make his way out onto the dance floor. But also, it's like how a sea parts and then comes back together. It's that Moses thing, you know. So you got a pretty tight window if you want to get in behind and ride his wake, so to speak.
Yeah, ball
Enough
in,
of
yeah.
a draw, but
Okay.
I would also prefer to loop around if the rest of the group is. Like, where are y'all at?
Entirely up to you guys. Keep talking. I can hear you in my earpiece, but I am grabbing a drink while you guys are.
Cool.
So far, I'm with the group, but have we been here before? Like, is this? Would we have met her
Depends
in
on
the
how
same
social
place?
you are. I haven't. I was introduced
Okay.
once by my Malwa, and that's been it. So,
Right.
this is still kind of a new thing, and she's so pretty, and
So have we met her before?
You may have been here once before, and that's entirely up to you if you think your character would have done so. Essentially, whenever you stay in somebody's turf, you should at very least say hi. This isn't the Camarilla. There's no, shit, I forget the tradition. But you know, you don't
introduce yourself tradition.
Yeah, the introduce yourself tradition. I can't remember the name of it. Territory, domain, whatever it is. But yeah, you don't have hospitality. Thank you. That's it. That's exactly it. You don't have to, you know, come kiss a ring or bend the knee or anything when entering into this domain, but it's still good practice to you know, stop and say hi at some point. So at very least, she's aware of you, you're aware of her, that, you know, you've been staying in the area. So it's up to you if you think you've stopped by here once before.
I mean, unless I met Izzy specifically here, I don't think I would have came here.
Right, I feel like that's the only reason you probably would have came to this location. But you would know that this is her place. She does do business here. People come here to see her, so.
Still,
Okay.
are the rest of us circling around while Snowcone goes and does a quick wander?
Yeah, I'm imagining like the clear path, like Snowcone does like that like they start doing like the circle lane that everybody know, like he's gonna start like, breaking out moves, and then just waits for like a beat to drop, and then it's like, okay, let's go, and then just starts doing the worm on the ground, and it's like, and then just looks at us like, go, 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 go. But it probably looks like, go, 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 go the fuck over there.
If you're doing the worm, people are impressed because there's a 40, damn near 40-year-old man doing the worm in the middle of this club. It's pretty tight. It's impressive to even fit that in here. But yeah, there is definitely, like I said, there is kind of a hype. You know what I mean? People, if you walk with enough confidence, people tend to just assume you're somebody important, right? And I can definitely see Snowcone being that type of guy for sure. So yeah, there's definitely some attention being drawn, and like so, Bart, it seems like you would kind of want to make your way around the outskirts.
Kinda.
Yeah, people are making their way in to see what the commotion is about, so you could take either or. If you wanted to make your lap around the outside, there's plenty of room for you to do it, even though
Yeah,
the
the group
dance
doesn't
floor
seem
is
to charge.
packed. Yeah, even though the dance floor is pretty packed, there is still room to move. There's a constantly moving free like highway around the outside where people are moving to and from bathrooms and the bar and things like that. So yeah, you know to stay to the right, drive on the right side, things like that, and you can make your way through pretty easily.
I don't think he even actually walks up without like invitation or anything. He just kind of stands there awkwardly, hoping that also the group is near him at this point. But
Got
maybe
him.
he also kind of broke ahead just due to nervousness. So
My dice.
I think seeing snow cone, I probably wouldn't have taken the hint to follow him, but I would just more or less just watch a little shocked myself.
The worm is impressive.
He just kind of like worms
sight
ahead
to
of me.
see. It's a sight to see. Let me know if
And,
this is too loud with the microphone, but just to make my life easier, I'm just gonna roll physical dice.
GM's right. I do it for my
If
players.
it ends up being loud on the thing, I don't want it to be too loud. But as far as
It's more.
as far as it goes, Snowcone, there is at least one person that kind of comes up to you as you're making your way through. It's a warm summer day, but they are wearing something that looks akin to a life preserver. You know what I mean? Like the big poofy vest, like with no sleeves. They may have been just like straight cut off of this thing, but just this big marshmallowy poofy vest, and a pair of shorts with some sneakers on. They got kind of their hair pulled back and tied into a knot in a bit of a sloppy bun in the back. And dude's like, "Hey man, you're fucking awesome. Hey man, here." And he just holds out a fist at you. You know what I mean? Kind of like one of these.
Like, shoot, say less, man, say less.
As he hits your hand, he kind of grabs yours and drops something into the top of your hand. Like he maneuvers it to where he can drop something in. And as you look down, there is definitely some manner of pill in your hand at this point. The rest of you guys can definitely make your way around. Yeah, he just smiles and he's like, name's Bruce, man. I'm here all the time. Come see me, bro.
For sure, man. You ever need hey, you ever need a hookup? Find me. Not
It's
hard
like,
to miss.
Are you a real doctor, man? You look like a mad scientist, bro.
Thanks, I try, man.
It's like, all right, dude, awesome. I'll see you in a minute. And just right back into the crowd. He's just making his rounds. You see him immediately go up to somebody else, and it's the exact same situation. Hey, and trying to make as many contacts as he can while he's here. The rest of you guys that have made your way around at this point finally can catch back up to Bart as he's kind of just awkwardly standing and waiting to speak with Izzy. If you stand there for it only takes a moment or so before she finally does catch enough attention, a moment where she's distracted from her own little crowd of people that are inside this private area with her, and does catch you standing there awkwardly, and says, "Hey, come on up."
Okay. Looking around, is any of the rest of that group with me?
That is a good question.
Yeah, I'll sort of walk up, yeah.
Yeah, I would assume we all made our way over, everybody.
Yeah, it may take Snowcone an extra second, but yeah, you can absolutely catch up. You know what I mean? And about the time that she actually notices Bart standing there, the rest of you guys can make your way up as well. All right. So, quickly, you guys can be led up into the area where she is currently hanging out. And as you make your way in, she kind of just reaches over, whispers a couple of things, and smiles politely, shakes a couple of hands. And the people that she was speaking with start moving out, grabbing their drinks, looking a little disappointed, like they're leaving the fun place to be. But they make their way back out on the dance floor and start mingling themselves. So as you make your way in, they seem to be making their way out. Is anybody doing like a kindred check or anything, essentially, or just kind of letting things be?
I feel like we're
Kindred
letting
check?
things be.
Like, are you guys trying to identify whether these are kindred or not?
I don't think I got the experience for that.
Right. That's I
What's the
didn't think.
specific ability?
I can take
Yeah.
a crack at it.
Take a crack at it. I don't know. Is there even a role for that? I think there is a role for that. I can't remember what it is specifically, but I was just going to kind of point out that you see some signs that make you think, maybe not official, like, oh, that person's not breathing, but a couple of these people definitely have some eclectic style, you know what I mean, that looks a little mid-century, that maybe does stand out a bit, but others do not. So it seems like there may be a mix of both kindred and non-kindred mixed in here. It's even possible that you might have seen one or two people that you know from around the area. I mean, there's definitely no Nosferatus hanging out publicly. So the one guy wearing a motorcycle helmet, I presume,
Yeah. Though,
is still wearing the helmet.
on a related note, does any of the rest of the party, do y'all have Blush of Life active?
That's a good
No.
question.
Definitely not.
Uh-huh.
Nobody else has done that.
Hands
By the
cool,
way,
you bastards.
I feel like I should probably make a mention because I keep forgetting how fresh to this numerous is. There is an ability called Blush of Life. We need to sit down and do a rules day with you. I love it though because you're the new kindred, so you don't need to know this stuff, right? But there is a Blush of Life ability that kind of lets you pump blood through your system to give you a little color back, make it look like you're breathing, kind of give you a little bit of a false life appearance. Otherwise, you probably look pretty dead as far as that goes. But a lot of this crowd is, it's darkly lit, there's lasers going on, so some of that stuff's probably not as noticeable in this particular setting. But if you were in the middle of Kmart, you would kind of look like a walking corpse, under the fluorescent lighting.
So if Snow Cone is touching hands with folks, their hands might be a bit cold to the touch, or
Exactly.
more than a bit. Will be room temperature, I guess I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would assume like since like they don't have Blush of Life, like the closest thing that Snowcone can think of, they're like, oh, how do I look like a person? Drink water. Yes, bottle water. Drink that. That's what people do.
Hey,
Drink
that's better than
water.
what we can do. So, or most of the time.
I love the idea that you just acquired it across the dance floor too. It's not like you went to the bar, just like people here seem to be a very friendly crowd tonight, at least at the moment. And, as you made your way across the floor, not only did you acquire a pocket full of pills that you're not sure what they are yet, but also like a bottle of water and maybe even like a vape pen. You know what I mean? People are just passing shit to you, just like, hey, I know this guy. There's that dude. Look, he's got the cool hair. That's all it takes. It's something to make you stand out in a crowd. But yeah, as you guys make your way up into the area, you do see a couple of others that may be considered as, possibly kindred as well. But taking a seat, as she just kind of points towards seats, you see her kind of tip her head at one of the bouncers, who nods and begins making his way towards the bar for something. As you make your way in, she kind of pulls the half curtain a little bit, so there's enough of a crack to where she can still watch her club and what's going on, but it does give you some privacy behind this curtained area. And she says, well, I was wondering how long it would take you. I don't think we've been introduced quite yet. Izzy Noir, pleasure to meet you. forgot the name, and kind of throws out a bit of a hand. You know, throws out a dainty hand, but at the same time with a confident level of somebody taking it. You know what I mean?
Oh, to me or to someone else?
Just in your all direction, kind of waiting to see how you guys react.
I grab her hand and say, "Lovely to meet you."
As is you. Goodness. Please make yourself comfortable. Drinks, real or fake. Anything that you want, I'll have somebody get it for you. I'm sorry to kind of throw this at you, to bother you so quickly, but or to bother you so out of the blue, but it's been a while, and I don't think I've got to meet with all of you quite yet. I thought it would be a time that maybe we shook a little hands, had a little face-to-face, see if I could get to know some of the people living in my domain. And you have become kind of an interesting crowd. Look at this guy. And kind of just points at Snowcone casually. You may not have a reputation, but there are those that hear things, and you've at very least crossed my radar. It's good to meet you. Let's see. She says, well, I don't everybody speak at once. I mean, it's not a party or anything.
I just got a bottle in my mouth. I'm like, oh, sorry.
Relax. It's fine. Anyway, I just wanted to get to know everyone. I haven't got to meet you all personally yet. I knew that you guys have all kind of been taking residence, should I say, under my gracious hosting, and thought it would be the polite thing to do to kind of pull you in, you know, see what everybody's up to, get a feel for what's going on in your streets. I think you guys stay over by the graveyard. Is that right? Kind of that general area. And she would actually, I can't remember the name of the graveyard. I gotta have my notes up.
Yeah, we did guess the name of graveyard.
Yeah, I got the name of it. I just didn't have it. Blackwood, thank you. Yep, Blackwood Cemetery. I gotta get my notes pulled up. There we go. Yeah, she says kind of the Blackwood block, a couple of blocks over there. That sound about right to you?
Yep, you stay in the Blackwood area.
That's interesting. You ever meet any of the, how do I say this? Have you happened to look below the city any? She got, just screw it. Have you met any of the Nos in that territory yet?
One.
I would make mention of the Malwa that I have.
Other than this
name
one.
for them quite yet.
What?
Gotcha.
Just I have a singular Nos that I know, so
Right.
1 sec, let me get a name.
Just out of curiosity, do they stay in that area, or are they just kind of LA based?
Semi-local, I would assume, just because I don't leave the area that often. So,
Okay.
how about Monica?
Monica.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's like in the punk rock scene and also like still tied to the movement.
Right.
Trying to get me more into it and stuff, although I have concerns and questions. They get quite energetic about all this, but
She
I
says,
didn't say that to the Baron. I'm strictly like, I just make mention of, I know Monica. She
right.
seems nice.
I know Monica a little bit. Not much. I was kind of wondering if you had met Robert. There's a particular kindred, well, should I say, that was in that area that was taking care of some things for me, and I haven't seen him lately, so I was kind of interested if maybe you or any of your little group here had happened to have seen him.
No, new to town, still getting sorted out. Not really.
Yeah, name doesn't stand out.
Yeah.
No.
So I guess first things first, get a physical description.
Yeah. I don't
Or,
want
like,
to sound...
where he hangs out.
God, I don't want to sound rude. Let's see. If you mixed a bat and a bulldog and rolled it in the sewer and then put a suit on it.
Oh, suit.
Yeah, if that's what you call it. It's pretty rough, the last I saw, but either way, no worries about him. I guess what I'm trying to say is he used to handle some business, and he has not been handling this business for me. So I felt that it only best to go to the next best thing. No offense of you being my second choice, but at least I knew him. But that area that you are in is, it has a couple of hot spots, or places of interest, should I say, that are somewhat important to me in this domain, and I wanted to make sure that they were cared for. And Robert used to do that. That's how I was aware of you, and she kind of actually takes a moment and looks specifically at, I'm believing it's Bart. Bart's the one with the nursing home, right?
Yep.
She
Although
says,
I think
you...
also Snowcone has
Snow
relations,
Cone.
but a bit less.
Catching a bit of echo from somebody. Does anybody know who that is? I'm not
Probably.
sure. No worries. It's just, I just figured I'd mention it. But yeah, she says, that's how I was aware of you, actually. Robert was very good at bringing me information that I need to know if I'm going to protect the city streets, and, and keep everybody safe and sound, and keep everybody else off my back if I can handle it. But yeah, so he used to inform me of things, and that's how I knew that you were a frequenter of a certain elderly care home in the area, or that a certain other individual may or may not hide out in one of the crypts in the graveyard, and kind of throws a little bit of a wink at Numar's character, as well as, a glance at Jamal as well. No worries, no worries. I don't mind you being here. You've all at least taken the time to, make yourselves available, and that's appreciated. What I do need, though, is to make sure that that area is being cared for, and I'm a busy woman. It's hard enough to run this place, let alone half the city. So, excuse me. I try to dole out a bit of the responsibility, and Robert was in charge of that, but now he's gone missing, and I need a little bit of assistance, or a bit of a quid pro quo, should I say, to kind of help me with this situation. So let's see. From the nursing home, and you see her doing some mental math real quick. And she says, I believe it's like a 4 or 5 block area over there between what they call Nocturne Alley, where the bars are, the graveyard we're at, and the nursing home. That whole kind of section, Robert used to make sure that nothing happened. He would tell me if anything was going on, and now he's gone. So I was wondering, how would you like to call that little slice of pie your own if, in return, you could care for it for me? Provide me with just some information. If anyone comes in, cause any trouble, you can even come to me. But I want to keep tabs and make sure that nobody's causing any problems that are going to cause I don't want anyone causing any more trouble that I have to deal with. So it seems easier if I allow you to have a little slice of pie of your own, to feed and hunt and live without, any worry. But it kind of means you have to micromanage that area so I don't have to.
I mean, sounds good. We should go look for Robert, I suppose.
If he happens to turn up, I would be quite interested to know where he is. But it seems that I might have some information regarding that, but I'm still waiting to hear back from a couple of contacts. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know, but I have a strange feeling we won't be hearing from Robert anytime soon. But there are a couple of others in your area. Let's be honest, I don't trust them. I don't know you guys very well, but I do know them well enough to know they can't be trusted with responsibility. Most of them would eat their fill and leave the streets bleeding if I left them in charge of it. It's kind of a rougher side of town, and I don't want to deal with it. So if I can be honest, I'm giving you a bit of a shit job, but it pays also shit. But you get a title out of it, you know. You get to call it your own, right? That's something.
Building up the resume.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you're the new guys in town. What can I say? One day you'll own your own club and you can be baron all you want, but not today, and not in my area. I'm not going anywhere. But we can at least have a bit of a mutual agreement amongst us that we can probably resolve this issue pretty well, at least in Robert's absence, until I'm able to track him down. And, you know, depending on what his story is, when and if we ever do find him, we'll make the decision as to which one of you gets to keep it, or if we have to, split it. But if you can impress me and help me out, I don't see why we can't, as you said, kind of add another page to the resume. See if we can't move you up the corporate ladder a little bit. Doesn't it sound exciting? She just kind of smiles at the whole prospect of it. She says, trust me, I know. Of all the people in town, you guys have got to know that I catch the most flack. It's not too many of us around here that are so casual about particular lineages or backgrounds, such as some of yours. And just kind of, she didn't even give a look, but you can feel the kind of tension in the air, that there's like mention of the La Sombra being tied to, you know, things, as well as like Salubre, or, and even that she would go as far as to say, or those that are just unexpected. And she kind of smiles at Snowcone a little bit. It's not every day you meet one of you. But it's
Hey,
not every
at the
day you
end
meet
of
me either, so, you know.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're all just people, right? Living or undead.
That is exactly the way I see it. The way I look
Very
at it, if
interesting take.
you can scratch my back and I can scratch yours, and we don't cause each other any shit, I don't see why we can't all just have our own little piece of quiet and try to keep things calm, and that's all I'm trying to do. I didn't necessarily want to be Baron of West LA. Personally, I thought more Hollywood was my style, but I take what I can get, and we're all moving our way up the ladder. So this is just mutually beneficial, you know, and you guys can help me too. I don't see why, you know, I don't like the person that turned me either, so I don't hold anyone responsible for the sins of their fathers, and I don't plan on doing it to you either. But it does catch me a fair amount of shit, and that's what I have to deal with. So while I'm dealing with the other barons, you guys can take care of those 4 shitty blocks for me. How's it sound?
You said something
I give
about
it
a
now.
title? What kind of a title?
Well, I like to call you landlords. You're not the only ones that I've made these little offers to. I've got people all over the streets, and they take care of their own little quadrants for me, and, you know, in return, they get to call those areas their own. You make your own decisions. You get to make, not necessarily the rules, but you get to, let's say, you get to play sheriff in a bit of a way for me. And I don't say that in the way that you would think. Not that sheriff, but you guys get to kind of be my enforcers on the ground. You get to be the person in charge to make the decision as to whether or not you allow the person to eat there or not. If someone is taking advantage and overfeeding and causing a problem, I leave it up to you. I'd rather not have to micromanage every part of my city, so you can make the decision as to how to deal with it. Now, of course, if that comes back on me and causes a problem, then we speak again. But for the most part, I will let you make the decisions in your own territory or domain or whatever you want to call it. But landlord, It's a good title, right? You get to choose your own tenants. You pick who gets to stay in your little complex, so to speak. And you get to carve out your own best parts. So if you enjoy your cribs and your van, then let them be your condo, while the rest, squat in their efficiency apartments.
All right.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Either way, I know a couple of you like to snack there. I know at least one of you holds business there. And it just seemed like a good fit for both of us. And I've heard good things about you guys. At very least, I've heard that you're not causing me trouble, and that is better than 90% of the kindred I have to deal with in this territory. So, I can, draw up the paperwork, so to speak, and we'll put you in charge of a little piece of pie. But I just want to make sure that you keep me informed. Again, I am curious about Robert, and I already have some ears to the ground trying to track things down. But for the most part, I just want to make sure that the area is being tended to while he is absent. And I will deal with him when I come to it. But in the meantime, that little... I hate to use the word... No, I don't even think that she would say that. She would say that little alley over there where the bars are tends to be a bit of a hotspot for feeding, and I don't want anyone arguing over who gets to snack and who doesn't. Let people come and go as you see fit. It's your territory to deal with, but as long as nobody's causing any problems, I don't see any reason to have to concern myself with it, and that leaves me more time to deal with my issues. So, I've got enough to deal with. I got a club to run. I've got other barons to argue with. I don't want to have to micromanage every little alley and back street in the city.
You got to find Robert or Steven.
Steven?
What was the guy's name? Robert?
Robert. Yeah, you were right the first time. I was like, wait, Steven? Yeah. She says, well, again, I don't think we'll be seeing him again. That's what my little birds are telling me. But, just in case, I wanted to go ahead and start putting something in effect. Surely you guys are capable, right? You can handle, taking care of a couple of blocks. It shouldn't be that hard. If anything truly worth mention happens, bring it to me. I'm not opposed of dealing with these problems myself if I need to. If it gets beyond you, don't hesitate to come and come and let me know. But I'd rather you deal with it if you can. Save me the time and hassle.
You mentioned other kindred being in our rough domain. Could we get like a summary of what they are like?
I can definitely put together something. A bit of a who's who in the area. There's not many. It shouldn't be too hard for you. It's only a couple of blocks territory, but again, because of the bars that are over there, I know that people do tend to make their way in and out. And nursing homes, there's a reason I keep an eye on them, is because that is another common place where food is found. It seems that you guys have found the buffet. You've got quite the little spot there, and a lot of other kindred amongst the city like to frequent that location. I don't mind them doing it, I just want to make sure that they're doing it respectfully. And that's what Robert's job was to make sure that nobody was causing any issues for me. Nobody was... As long as I don't end up in the papers, I'm okay. I do have a public face to maintain, and I don't want it causing me problems. I may not have any political affiliations on paper, but there are people that know me, and I occasionally make my way to the headlines or news of the local paper, things like that. I don't need any problems coming down that draw any more attention than what I'm already doing for myself. Prominent business owner opens large club on, west side of Los Angeles. It does garner a little attention, but I don't want some unwanted attention coming in. I think we've all heard the rumors of the government's position on how they feel about us. So just to be careful and keep them out of our neighborhoods, I feel it's safest just to try and keep things calm. Of course, you're free to decline if you wish, but it just seemed like a beneficial agreement. Maybe you can, help me out while I take care of my own problems. I'm sure you saw the mess outside.
Sounds like a beneficial agreement, like you said. We can do that for you.
Good, good, good. And as she's kind of smiling about that, she says, well, let me get some drinks then, shall we? The gentleman that she had kind of pointed at earlier, you now realize has made his way back and has been patiently standing just outside of the curtain, holding several cups. And as she kind of slides the curtain, he's just awkwardly standing there waiting for her, to finally acknowledge him. And he starts, handing in several mixed drinks. They do seem to be, just alcoholic beverages, things like that. And she passes them around the table. She leans in, whispers to him. She says, if you can give me a list of all the people that are in that area, and gives him a couple of blocks. She says, I should have something mentioned somewhere. Get what you can. We'll give it to these guys. They'll be able to make use of it. He nods and agrees to take care of that. So you'll get your little list of other kindred in the area. But he says, I hate to trouble you, but it does seem that some of the authorities have stepped up outside. It's not that anything has taken place yet, but they're keeping an eye on the protesters again. Do you want me to do anything? Clear them out or anything?
Protesters?
Don't get me started. Gentrification is the new hot topic. It's everybody's problem. So the person that owns the fancy club on the west side is the asshole. And I'm the one at the forefront of it. So they've been using my parking lot to gather and picket. Trying to keep all the college kids from getting their drinks like I'm ruining the world somehow. But, I deal with what I can. She says, actually, that's actually clever. I tell you what. And she looks at her security, or security bouncer, whatever you want to call it. And she says, you know what? I think these guys could probably take care of it for me. You don't worry about it. You've got enough to do. You're precious. And she kind of leans over and gives him a little peck on the cheek. He smiles and she says, just go give me that list. That'll be enough for now. And he nods his head and takes back off to do whatever it was that he was doing previously. But she says, no, this is a good idea. Maybe you guys can show me just how capable you are. And maybe you could try and deal with this little issue. You could play crowd control for the night. How about that? Keep these guys from rioting. Make sure none of my windows get broken. These things are fucking expensive. As you look around, there are several stained glass windows that she's had installed. She says, but you can take care of this little problem. And if so, I can be more confident that you're capable of taking care of a neighborhood. I mean, surely you could take care of one parking lot for a night, right?
Yeah, we're pretty capable.
You're not stacking up the options. Yeah, we'll take care of it.
I figured you would. Thank you. I will make sure you are compensated for the extra work. If there's nothing I can say about there's no one that could say I'm not fair or generous. To those that provide for me, I provide for you. It's the least I can do. But for the time being, at least until they start throwing cans of tear gas around, you're welcome to the club. Have drinks. You're allowed to feed here, but keep it discreet. Anything else that you want or need, you can come to me and let me know. She says, strangely enough, I didn't receive a text back from any of you. Do you all have phones? And she kind of just looks curiously, like as she holds up her little smartphone with a keychain and a little, puffball hanging off of it. Like she's obviously has no problem with modern technology.
I'm not a big phone guy.
Yeah,
I nod and hold up the 3 segments of my phone.
It's like, hold on, I got a battery over here, I got a screen over here.
I pulled mine out. It's a BlackBerry.
Nice. She just kind of looks at you and just sombers. I will never understand how you survive the day. If I couldn't look at myself, I would fucking lose it. But either way, as long as you have a means of communicating with me, you have my number now. That number can be used to reach me. That's the number to Henry, the man that you just spoke with. He is my right-hand man and can handle anything for you. He will get in contact with me if needed. So if there is any issues, you have a way of reaching out to get a hold of somebody. I did make a mention of that.
Sounds good.
Cool.
You fellas gonna have those drinks, or you want to go get to the problem at hand?
I'd like to look at the problem at hand first.
Let's go.
I'll get a drink first. Like, someone's offering free, and if somebody's offering a drink, I'm not gonna say no.
Yeah, she said you are welcome to feed. She said only thing that she asks is to be discreet. She says the back rooms or the restrooms are dark for a reason. But if absolutely needed, depending on your taste, there is a small room downstairs. You'll find the back door over here. And she kind of just points and gestures towards a door that seems to lead to what you probably would have just imagined to be a broom closet or something like that. But may lead to a lower area. And she says, of course, there's always the alley out back, but, just be cautious not to get seen.
I see there's biohazard containers.
Yeah, I kind of used a couple of maps to make this. Just ignore those, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a cyberpunk street map, and then I just cut out the bar and pasted it over it.
Sweet.
The bar didn't have street around it, and I figured you guys were going to need that if you're dealing with protesters outside, so.
With that being said, though, is this a recent construction? Like, is that kind of tied into why there's gentrification talk with
It is one of the newer places. I mean, it's been around for a couple of months, maybe even,
That's fresh.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe even like a year or so. It's been around for a bit. It's not like brand spanking new. It's not like they just opened, but she's been here for a little, couple of months to a year now. And the biggest issue is that there's just lots of other establishments coming up in the area, and people are getting mad because the cost of rent is going up. Things like that is what she would explain to you. She says it's everywhere nowadays. The people are just angry and looking for something to be mad at, and those of us in places of some position tend to be the targets. Eat the rich and all that. Personally, I'd like to eat all of them back, but we do what we can. But if nothing else, you can keep this place from burning down before the sun rises. They typically don't get too rowdy, but they've been coming in greater numbers lately. Last weekend, the cops had to get called. Apparently, they're already here again this evening. Just a couple of minor fights, people breaking out, things like that. The college kids don't mix well with the locals. And get a couple of drinks in them on their way out of the bar, somebody shoves somebody, it can always end up being a bit of a problem. So it's just good to keep things calm. I don't know why they're so irritated with me. I've been more than generous in spreading the wealth. I've been helping some of the local communities, and I mean, it is my part of town. I have to take care of the kind as well as the kindred too. So I've been making my donations, but they don't seem to realize that and still blame me for all their problems. So it is what it is.
Yeah. You can only
Who's
do
out
so
there?
much for people.
I try my best.
That's all
Who's out
anybody
there?
can ask.
What's that?
Who is out there?
Who is out there?
Like what group?
As far as this, to be honest, I don't think there's any specific group. It's just locals. As far as I can tell, they have I think they have a Facebook page that they've all been meeting up on, and it seems to be most of older crowd, you know, but some of them have just been locals that live in the area. If I'm being honest, there was a small apartment building that used to be here. It was pretty ratty, and now it's a club. So I think that might be, you know, part of the equation. But you know, I don't think they have any like real affiliations as far as that goes. It's only been a couple of weeks I've been seeing them spreading, so it's a pretty new problem. I don't think they've given themselves any labels yet. But if it's anything like last weekend, they can be known to get out of hand. So I'm just trying to make sure that we have no major issues. And if you see those kids that keep spray painting my building, kick them in the ass and tell them to go skate somewhere else. One of them's going to get their necks broken and my insurance will have to pay for it.
I wonder what kind of premium that is.
Ungodly. That's all I know. I pay more for this club than I do for half the people or for the rest of the area in LA I take care of, but it's good to have a face and a place to meet. So I've maintained my Masquerade as best as possible. It gives me something to do. But I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm a busy lady. I've got things to do. So, and she just kind of like points through the door, or the curtain, should I say. Hey, seriously, feel free to call me if you need anything. If you have any problems in your neighborhood, I don't mind helping out. But you guys deal with the little shit so I don't have to. And in return, I'll make sure we keep the problems out of your hair and this part of the city stays safe for you to live. So it's a mutual arrangement.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I'd shake your hand, but I got pee on him. Not mine.
She just...
And then I just turn around.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Don't make me regret this. Why am I regretting this? Okay. Have a great night, guys.
Okay, we got it.
Don't kill anybody. Keep people calm. And just kind of smiles as you make your way out. Just like, I don't even know. Fuck if I know what that's all about. But yeah.
I just, as I leave the curtain, I just do one of these.
That's good stuff. But yeah, for the most part, pretty basic request. You know, just if you guys live there and her main guy's gone, you're the ones that are left to take care of it. Her man Robert does hand you a list, which I'll have to get you later. I didn't necessarily think about preparing that, of course. But you see probably about another, you know, I don't know, maybe just like 5 or 6 other people that live in your couple of blocks. Or maybe not even live there, but just are known to frequent there. You know what I mean? So he does hand that to you as you make your way out of the curtain.
His name's Robert, too?
His name is Henry. Sorry, I might have said the wrong name there. Yeah, Henry. Yeah, Henry is her right-hand man that takes care of all that stuff.
All right, how do you guys want to handle this?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a organized group, right? Someone's got to be the person in charge. So we just find them, talk to them, get them to disband this whole fiasco, and then the rest should take care of itself.
I don't think they're that organized, but it's worth a shot. Let's go.
To help
Right.
find the organizer, can I look for that Facebook page?
Absolutely. Let's see. I'm sure there's a role for that. I just gotta remember what it is. Something in computers, right?
I would ask for Wits and Technology.
Sure, I'll take that. That sounds okay to me. It's not computers, it's technology. That's it. Told myself I wasn't going to eat during this stream. Here I am.
Good to snack.
I
That's
got
all
a
I
thing
do.
of carrots with me.
I live on snacks, man.
Still, Wits Technology sound good?
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine.
You want to take that break?
Yeah, that's what I was
That
just
too.
about to say too. It's a perfect place to do it. All right, so 1 success.
No, 4.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong roll.
Hmm.
Yep.
Sometimes it doesn't scroll too well.
Yeah, I wouldn't scroll down all the way. Oh yeah, awesome. 4 success. Yeah, you essentially just see a Facebook group called West LA Community Cares is the name of it. It is definitely led by a group of middle-aged women, very short bobbed hair, if you get my drift, you know what I mean? Like, they're those women that just love this shit. They're living for it, right? Like, they just spend their entire day, they're the ones moderating this Facebook group and stirring a bunch of shit, you know, as much as they possibly can. You would see that there's at least 3 of them. They tend to, they look very much alike, you know, act alike. The posts are all very you know, hateful and derogative towards just anyone that's, you know, maybe wronged them in the past as far as that goes. So they're just looking for an excuse to complain. And that's definitely what you get a lot of. So that would be kind of the setup. And what you would end up kind of seeing is things like, this used to be our neighborhood. Now it's all fancy boutiques and overpriced coffee shops. We can't afford to live here anymore. It's like the soul of the city's being sold to the highest bidder. And I've heard that club owner's part of it. Let's see. They call it progress, but it's erasing our history, our roots, says the whitest old biddy on the website. You know what I mean? So like, just, it's a lot of, you know, just trying to stir the pot, and it seems that it's working well. You know what I mean? West LA's always been gentrified. Interesting. By the way, welcome, I can't even say that name. Wooparterfile? Sure, I'll go for that. Either way, welcome to the chat. But yeah, you find the group and you see these couple of old women and several of the posts, and that there is a small gathering following the group. So it's starting to take off, and you know, you see actually a couple of events that are posted about places they're meeting. One of them being this club tonight, that they plan on hosting a bit of a demonstration where they're going to try to, you know, picket or whatever you call that, protest around the outside of the building, trying to prevent people from coming in to hurt the business's income. But as Clark was saying, that is actually a great place to take our break. It was 10:30. We started a little late, so I was kind of giving an extra half hour. But if you guys want to, this would be a great place for us to take our 15 minutes, and then we can come back and you guys can deal with the mess outside. That's up for you guys to deal with. Yeah. Humans. I started thinking. Well, that's what I started thinking. Like, what's the hardest thing that I could throw at you guys? You know what I mean? What's the most annoying hassle that you guys could deal with? Kindred? No. Humans. You know what I mean? Because you can't just beat them into submission. You know what I mean?
Kevins and Karens.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I know. Hey, I don't agree with Kevin's being a part of that.
My bad.
It's a thing. I know. I don't know where it comes from, but no, that's absolutely true. Every time I call customer service, I fucking let them have it. No, but anyway, we'll go ahead and take our 15 minutes, and we'll come back. This way you guys can go grab a drink, use restrooms, whatever you want to do. Thank you guys for everybody tuning in to the channel. Thank you guys for watching and being part of the stream. Again, the kind of idea of the whole process is that you guys have the ability to add rumors. This thing up here, if I'm pointing at it.
Should we state the rumors that we want to add as players?
Oh yeah, I was going to do that at the beginning, and I totally forgot it. We will do that when we come back. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great idea. Do it in
story or just something we announce?
That's just something we can just announce. You know what I mean? That's absolutely fine. But yeah, that'll give a good example of how the whole system kind of works. But yeah, it's based around the idea of rumors. The more rumors that get added, the busier the campaign feels, and the more stress these guys got to deal with trying to figure out what's real and what isn't. And then, of course, like I said, every time we hit certain milestones, which I'll just say is every $100 that we make in total, one of those rumors will become true, and that will be the next kind of small story arc of our game. So if you guys want to actually put in the input to help write the game for us, you guys have a lot of control narratively over the game. And that gives you guys a lot of fun ways to do it. I will kind of, workshop with you, make sure it fits our narrative, things like that. But yeah, if anybody wants to do that, feel free to send a donation and then message me on Discord. I'll get back with you about making sure to add that in by our next game, and you'll see those things start to appear. As far as the evidence, if you see a rumor that you like that's already in existence, that you can donate $5 to add evidence to it, and that makes it more likely to be the next rumor that becomes real. And that's kind of an upvoting system. And then of course you can just add dice to the players too, man. These guys need extra dice to their pools, help them blow out successes, but we're gonna go ahead and take our 15-minute breaks. We will come back here at, oh man, I'm terrible at math, that's gonna be 55 10:55 Eastern Standard. That'll give us like an extra 2 minutes on that, and we'll continue our game. And hopefully you guys stick around and join us. So hang tight. We'll be right back, guys. Peace.
Right.
Okay, back. We are back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for sticking through the break, giving us a few minutes to go grab drinks, and hopefully you all grabbed some refreshments, had a moment to relax, grab a smoke break, whatever you needed. You know what I mean? But yeah, welcome back to the game. We're going to go ahead and get started. Just in case anybody is just now tuning in, I will go ahead and give a quick reintroduction. My name is Kevin, or It's So Sublime. Of course, the channel name is Tabletop Down, which you can find on YouTube and Twitter and all those things. Either name, It's So Sublime or Tabletop Down. If you want to check out any of the socials, we don't have a lot there yet, just getting started, but we will be getting these games uploaded to YouTube and things like that. I got a guy that's going to be editing them for me, so all of that fun stuff. But welcome to Rumors of the Dead. So Rumors of the Dead is our little Masquerade game where we're playing vampires living in the city of Los Angeles and the surrounding areas, where it is completely kind of I guess I should say the game itself is focused around just the day-to-day life and affairs of kindred living in the city. But because of our cool little rumor system that we've added, you guys can add a lot more chaos to that. So you guys can add in rumors to the city that make it seem a lot more busy and active. You can come up with something like there's a witch that lives down by the bay. There's a Nosferatu that's been scheming to try and restart ShrekNet. You know, whatever it may be that you want to add into the game. If you guys send in donations, you can add a rumor to the game. And then that may become something the players have to deal with. So when you guys add these rumors, they start to swirl around. Of course, they cross our kindred's ears and become things that may or may not be of concern to them. The problem is, nobody knows which ones are true, and neither do we until you guys add evidence to them. That's what the second option is. You guys can add evidence. If you like a certain rumor that someone has added, you could add evidence to it. By donating another $5, you can add evidence to the rumor and add an extra little detail to it, helping round out the story. So that by the time these rumors finally coalesce into a truth, we have a lot of details and rumors that the kindred have heard about them while trying to figure out which ones are real and which ones aren't. So the way we do that is every $100 in total donations that we make, one of those rumors becomes fact and actually becomes truth, and that'll typically take over as the next small story arc of our campaign. So that's just a quick rundown of how that works, and I'll get more detailed kind of explanations of that as we go. I'm currently trying to work on recording a little video about how it all works and a better understanding of it for you. But also the third option there is if you guys just want to help out the players and help them do better on their dice rolls, you can also add a +1 die to any of their pools. The way those work is you could just pick a player and give them a +1 die. They can stack those up and store them until they're ready to use them, and they can use them in bunches if they want to. So they can kind of pull those up and use them to blow out a specific combat roll or skill check. You know, it's not just +1 on a singular dice roll, but you're just giving them a +1 die to put in their back pocket to use whenever they want it. And if they want to, they can use those in pools and add 3 or 4 of them together to really amp up one special attack. So you can help your players out a lot with those +1 dice rolls. So let's go ahead and get started here with our game. Where we left off, we had just met with Izzy or Isabella.
Well, are we still going to get each other's rumors?
I'm absolutely going to get there. I was going to do a quick recap and then do that.
Oh.
But yeah, we had just left off with Isabella, who had kind of introduced herself to this coterie as their Baron, which they were aware of, and had asked them to do a small little favor for her of kind of taking care of the neighborhood where they stay while the previous landlord or representative she had in that area is kind of missing. She believes possibly even removed. So these guys have just got put in charge of a small little chunk of land, which they can call their own, but they also inherited all the problems that came with that territory. And that's kind of where we'll be picking up here, is that while they were having this discussion outside of the club, there is a group of protesters gathering, demonstrating their belief that nightclubs and other big businesses like this in the area are leading towards a gentrification of the neighborhood. We're driving up rent prices, driving out people that have lived there, and causing kind of a problem amongst the locals that live in this neighborhood and community. So, thinking of a good way to prove themselves, she decided to go ahead and ask them to take care of that problem for her and keep the crowd at bay, at least keep the crowd from burning down the nightclub until the end of business. So that's what they are getting ready to do. But one of the things we forgot, so I was about to say, one of the things we forgot at the beginning of the game is I wanted to go ahead and use a quick moment to kind of show off the rumor system. I wanted to have each of these players add their own rumor to the world to get us started. So that'll give us 4 rumors to go ahead and get circulating. And if you guys like them, you can add evidence to those rumors or create your own, whichever you're more interested in. But let's go ahead and go around the table real quick and we'll get everybody's rumors. Like I said, you don't have to do this like in game or anything. You can just give me your rumor. I'll make a note of it. And we will make sure to add that rumor into the game. And if you guys like these rumors, feel free to add evidence to them. Whenever you add evidence, you can add an extra detail, kind of help workshop the idea a little bit and turn it into something that will make for an interesting story arc later down the road. But keep in mind, no rumors are true until they become true. You know, they're just a rumor until otherwise noted, but these players don't know which ones are still a rumor and which ones aren't. I'm the only one that knows that. So once all these rumors start swirling, it definitely makes the action in the city seem very exciting for the kindred that have to deal with the problems and not sure which ones are true and aren't. So let's go ahead and start with you there, Clark. What did you come up with for your rumor to add to this game?
Rumor is someone high up inside the Baron's inner circle is working with a cell of hunters.
Ooh. That's a tough
And
one
that could
right
be what
there.
happened to Robert. So I don't think he's coming back.
Oh, man. I like that. I'm actually going to go ahead and put that in there, too. This may be what happened to Robert. That does actually work out really well with that. You're right. So someone high up inside the Baron's inner circle may be working with a cell of hunters.
Yeah.
I like it. And this may be what happened to Robert. So I'm actually I'm gonna go ahead and put them both in there because that really works out great. But this is actually a perfect example. So the rumor itself is someone high up inside the Baron's, Izzy's inner circle, may be working with a cell of hunters. A perfect piece of evidence would be that rumor has it this is what's happened to Robert and why he's no longer around. So like that's a great way to do it. Like you have your rumor and then you could just add a little detail to it, you know what I mean? But it helps flesh it out. Oh, excuse me, and it makes it seem a lot more plausible, right? So like yeah, that's a great combination of how to do that. And again, this is just a cool way for you guys in the chat to help control the narrative of the story. So you know, you don't just watch the story, you guys can help create it. Which is really cool. All right, awesome, man. I love that one. Yeah, that's a good one. I could make a note about who put that one in there. Right. All right. So next up we have Jive Man. Jive Man, what rumor did you want to add to our story?
So the rumor that I wanted to add was that there is someone playing music at around midnight and beckoning people to just follow whoever this is to a undisclosed location. And people say that the voice sounds like very angelic, familiar, very ethereal, but once they get to wherever this thing is, they don't even remember what the thing looks like.
Interesting. So someone is playing music around midnight that causes those who hear it, let's see, those who hear it to follow the music. But those who follow this angelic music, you said, right? Angelic sound tend to have lapses in memory. Of what happened and missing time. We'll go and throw that in there as well. So they kind of have like moments of missing time and they can't remember what happened during those moments. That's a really good one. I like that. That could go a lot of different ways. You guys could add a lot of cool evidence to that and kind of spin that in a lot of different directions. That's the cool part about the whole evidence portion is like, so just the rumor starts a rumor, you know what I mean? It kind of sets a tone, but the evidence, depending on what evidence is added to it, it can really swing that in a bunch of different ways. That could either be a really good thing's happening to these people or a really terrible thing is happening to these people. God, I'm trying to think of like all the dark possibilities of what that could be. Oh man, they're coming back with missing time, no memory of what happened. Oh, that's, ooh, man. There could be so many things happening there. I'm just gonna leave it to you guys. I don't want to spoil it and put my own 2 cents in on it. So I'll let you guys add your own evidence. Awesome, that's a good one, man. Thank you. Let's see, Paul, what did you come up with?
All right. So the rumor that I was planning on presenting was one that you listed as one of your examples, in a way.
Oh, my bad.
It's that a coterie has been formed, in fact, to try to develop a ShrekNet 2.
Nice.
As it, and all
Look.
the repercussions thereof.
I love that. A coterie has been formed to try and develop a ShrekNet 2. 2.0. I love it. Let's see. Yeah, that's short, sweet, and to the point. That actually works out really well too, man. I like that one. So a coterie has been formed with the specific. So I'm gonna just go ahead and let you answer this, and you don't have to. We can leave it vague if you want to. Were they told to do this, or did they gather together just because they all had it in mind? Like, was this something that they were hired to do, or something that they've chosen to do themselves?
I think it's an intergroup focus. It sounds, that's more anarch. It's something where they are a group of people that all have skills that help go towards this goal. They're probably a bit more specialized, a bit older, so.
All right.
Maybe even a mover and shaker amongst them. But I guess also a big push for it would be the connection of Anarch. That's one of the things that we have a bit of difficulty with, right?
Right, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Anarchs have no problem with the communication thing, but don't have a proper means to do so. So that's a good one too, and that kind of ties into other lores that we know from like LAbyNight and stuff like that too, where that was something that was kind of that was Temple's thing too, is he was trying to find somebody that was able to do something like that, right? There might be some tie-in there. That's some cool stuff, man. I like it. All right, last but not least, numerousness.
Got a bit of a simpler one. Missing kid reported, dressed as a superhero.
Okay. They got Pajama Sam.
Is it?
Oh, it could be.
There has been.
I feel like that should be ambiguous.
A missing child report made to the police, or made to like Kindred. Like who was the report made to? Probably to the cops, I guess. Or just in general?
I guess it probably just and yeah, reported to the cops. Made it on the news.
Okay.
Maybe a milk carton if the kid isn't found in a timely manner.
Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. So there's been a missing child report made to the police that has been circulating around the city. Reports say the child was last seen wearing a superhero costume. Is that kind of the idea, or superhero outfit?
Yeah, I
Or a
mean, I didn't
superhero.
necessarily want to flesh out the costume just to, give
Okay.
someone a chance to put a detail on it.
Yeah, even better.
Although I do think Pajama Sam sounds funny.
Okay, there you
But yeah, some superhero.
go. Okay. Last seen dressed in a, or dressed as a superhero. We'll leave it open as to how exactly they were dressed as a superhero. But yeah, it could be, like you said, pajamas, could be whatever, you know what I mean? That's pretty cool. Could be
Right, you see a person with a
kid in
cape. you
cosplay.
assume-
All right, so these are our 4 rumors. Someone high up inside the Baron, inside the Baron's inner circle, may be working with a cell of hunters. This could possibly be what happened to Robert. Someone is playing music around midnight that causes those who hear it to follow the music. But those who follow this angelic sound tend to have lapses in memory of what happened during missing time. That works out. Third rumor is a coterie has been formed with the specific focus of trying to develop a reboot of ShrekNet. So ShrekNet 2.0. And the last one is a missing child has been, there has been a missing child report made to the police that has been circulating around the city. Reports say the child was last seen dressed as a superhero. That works out really well, man. See, these are great. I like these because there's so much that can be done with that. I just like the idea, just like we're just gonna keep seeing this fucking kid randomly. Like there's just gonna be a pass just driving down the street and it's like, did you never mind. You know what I mean? Like, was that the kid? Yeah, no, it's just a younger kid he just has a Superman hat, what's the matter? Just every kid that has anything to do with Superman on their clothing is going to be, asked questions because of this. That's good stuff. But no, I like these, man. These
Not all
are really
kids with
good.
capes are lost.
Not all kids with capes are lost, exactly. But yeah, this gives you guys kind of a rough idea of just kind of what type of rumors you guys can add. So like I said, $10, the price you're going to spend on a Big Mac anymore. You know what I mean? Damn near a Happy Meal is almost $10. You can add a cool little rumor to the story that helps it make it yours. You know what I mean? You guys can help us create a better story and really workshop this into something creative. And then, for half of that, you guys can add this cool evidence, which I love the evidence myself. Like, that's the part I get excited about, is that you get to add these extra little details, and that's really what helps shape these things into a full-fledged narrative or story. And every $100 mark that we hit, or every $100 milestone that we hit, one of these rumors becomes true. So the faster you guys start adding in these rumors, the more overwhelmed our coterie is going to become when they start to get buried underneath of them. And the worst part is, I'm not telling anyone which ones are becoming true and which ones aren't. Sure, it's probably the one with the most evidence, but maybe not. We don't know. It really just depends on which one fits the narrative the best. I'll be honest about that, but that gives a really cool way for these guys to never know what the hell's going on and what the hell they can believe or not. But yeah, it's a really cool system. I have seen it used before in other games. I'll just be honest. If you guys want to check out how it kind of works, go check out Kolok 1991. They use something very similar. I kind of tore the idea from something that they did and kind of workshopped it myself a little bit. So yeah, it's something that's been done in other games, and it makes for a very interesting game. So I hope you guys enjoy, actually getting to help write the story, and that's just a cool way that we can do so. All right, sorry guys, I can't breathe tonight. It's just changing seasons, man. It's gonna kill me for a week. All right, so let's try and hurry up and pass through this if we can. This way we can try and get as much of this covered as we can. But I know we started a little late tonight. But let's go ahead and jump right back into the story. So where we last left off, like I said, Isabella did go ahead and mention to these characters that, this Robert individual, a Nosferatu that used to be the landlord, as she refers to them, of the several blocks where you guys all make your home, has went missing and kind of caused a bit of an issue there. She's a little concerned, but believes that maybe Robert is missing for good. So in the meantime, she's went ahead and give you territory over, or control over this territory, so that you guys are the new landlords dealing with that neighborhood. Which just means, report into her, make sure that nothing terrible is going on, and as long as it's something small, you handle it yourselves. If you have any big questions or big issues that arise, you can take it to her, but for the most part, she doesn't want to have to deal with it. So she's leaving it to you, which is it's pretty nice, because that means you get to make all the decisions in your own neighborhood, and you're kind of the top dogs around there now. But also anyone that has any problems is going to come to you. Any problems that arise, they fall on your doorstep. It's kind of a catch-22 situation. So you get to make choices, but now it means you have to. You can't just idly go through your day. Now you're part of the political problem. But anyway, yeah, the last report, or the last situation as you guys were leaving Isabella's company, was that there are some rioters, or not rioters, what do you call it, protesters, outside of the club that have been protesting gentrification in the area, and have chosen this club as their target for tonight, to protest around and try to hurt the business's income for the evening. And she has taken this opportunity to see how well you can handle yourselves by putting you in charge of this task. She also mentioned something about skateboarding kids, keep them from getting their necks broke or something, somewhere along those lines. If you see any skaters, tell them to go the hell away. This way her insurance doesn't have to cover it. But yeah, that's where we're at. So you guys are welcome to handle that however you want. She did also give you permission to feed. I know a couple of you guys are only at Hunger 2, which isn't real bad yet, but she gave you permission to feed around the club if you want to. She gave you permission to enjoy yourself and your evening as much as you can, as long as the problem outside is dealt with as well. So where would you guys like to go from here?
We have pictures of their leaders, like leadership. Did y'all want to approach them?
Yeah, you do have pretty much Facebook profiles for each of the leaders.
Let's go take a look outside and just assess the situation. Is it 10 people? Is it 200?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Making your way to the door, it's pretty easy to kind of tell how the situation has, developed. There is probably about 50 people gathered in the parking lot outside. Of course, there's another 50 worth of people standing in line still trying to wait to get into the club. But as you make your way out the door, you realize that there has been a picket line essentially formed around the building, where they are trying their best to try and prevent people from even getting into line. They're trying, they've made a chain link of them holding hands to symbolize the unification of the neighborhood, and trying to keep others out. But most people are ignoring them or shoving their way through, and that seems to only be escalating the aggravation on both sides. So you can tell that, tensions are being raised. There are several people, chanting and yelling. There are signs that are being held up and things like that. Like I said, signs and banners that read, "Fight for our right to stay," "Defend our streets, defend our soul," "Unite against gentrification," things like that on different signs. You can hear people screaming or chanting mantras and things like that. Let's see. It's not just buildings we're tearing down, it's the sense of our community was one of the things that you had overheard. We won't be silenced. Our voice matters is the current chant that they're going through at the moment. You guys were talking about the leaders of this group, more or less. The main organizer, the community organizer, is a woman named Melanie, a quite determined middle-aged woman. She is the heart of the protest and passionately rallying the crowd with her speeches. She has acquired a megaphone somewhere and can be heard from all corners of the building. Even inside, you were kind of able to hear a squawking that you weren't able to 100% identify over the thumping bass, but now that you've made it outside, you can absolutely identify this as Melanie. She is a average-looking woman, you know, like I said, middle-aged, short, cropped blonde hair, with a very loud and annoying shrill voice. This is absolutely the queen of the Karens. And it seems that, you know, without any question, she is just starting as much trouble as she possibly can. There's a couple of other people that are also part of it, too. I mean, you see, like, men and women and young children. There is Tara, who is actually a younger woman, a bubbly and energetic woman. This was one of the other people part of the Facebook group. Tara, a bubbly and energetic woman who's concerned about the environmental impact that these establishments have been having. So she is currently working on chaining herself to a twig of a tree that is growing in the parking lot. It's just like, you know what I mean? Like how they get those little like squares where the concrete stops and you got like a flower bed. There's a little tiny tree growing out of it. She is chaining herself to that tree as we speak. But you would have seen some of the posts that she puts, you know, environment first, these buildings are ruining our environment, the, you know, smog reports and charts and facts that seem way balanced in her argument's favor. She might just be making them herself, you're not sure, but yeah, you see a couple of people out there. I'll let you guys wait to see who you want to talk to, but yeah, there's a bunch of them. You feel free, man. You guys tell me what you want to do. I'll leave it to you.
I came up with
Ideas?
a plan B, but
What's that?
I'm just gonna get my motorcycle. I'm gonna rev in front of them, being asshole the entire time.
How's that
Let's
help?
try to be diplomatic first.
Yeah,
before
Yeah, how does that help
Plan B,
anything?
of course, of
How
course.
does that help anything?
I mean,
Yeah, I
help?
think I'm
I
gonna
like
just,
that idea.
Thank you.
Numerous is on board.
People can like a bad idea.
Yeah, it's a bad idea, probably.
yeah, let's
Fuck
get on their
Pretty
level
cool,
first before things
Yeah,
get crazy. So I'll be like, since like Snowcone is like by age years like the oldest, then they probably would understand like how to talk to like people that are like up in their years. So they're gonna
Speak
like,
boomer.
I speak fluent boomer. Yeah.
hello, fellow elderly.
How's the weather?
Yeah, I'll just.
What about that sports ball? Go
Oh,
team!
did the ball go?
It did. But yeah, you're more than welcome to do so. Actually, I tell you what, I typically wait for you guys to ask, but go ahead and let's do another wits awareness roll just to see how much you guys can observe of this situation. That'll just, since we're short on time, let me just go ahead and give you some stuff. You know what I mean?
Sounds
You
like
guys
already
go ahead
gave
and
it to us.
roll.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot going. There's a lot going on here.
Stuff. Finger gun.
Difficulty?
Just put in as difficulty too. Like I said, it's really not a difficulty on this. I don't typically use difficulties a ton. I just want a rough
Yeah,
judgment of
right.
how well you do. You know what I mean? Let's see. I think that one was from earlier, right? Okay, so we got
everything that is below my technology wits roll.
yeah, there it is. Good point. Yep. All right. So
There you go.
Bart got 2. Jamal has 4. Jive Man has 4. What about you there, Numar? Can you give us a awareness
Alright.
and wits roll?
Wow.
Nothing gets past us.
Yeah,
Damn. Okay.
I
4.
can be witty
4.
sometimes.
Is that 3 of you at 4? It is.
Yeah.
Look at this, Bart. You're caught between like actually paying attention and wanting to get on that motorcycle.
Well,
You
more
know
than
what I mean?
anything,
It's
I
like,
actually want to be checking out, is anyone doing anything destructive around my motorcycle?
yeah, fair enough, right? As far as the parking lot itself goes, there is a crowd of people that are gathering and pulling out signs, and more people are still showing up. It does seem to kind of be still escalating, but nobody is doing damage yet. It doesn't seem like if so, it would even be in the parking lot, but you can tell that this chain link of people holding arms is definitely starting to raise an irritation level, and somebody's eventually going to probably throw a punch over it. You know what I mean? Like it's really starting to piss people off. But as far as like actual public or property damage, nothing yet, but you can see tensions raising on both sides, especially as more people just walk right through. I mean, young college age people just walking right through or jumping over their hands or whatever. It seems to be irritating them more as to where they're to the point where like you even hear a couple of people say like, well, this isn't working. What do we do next? So you're definitely catching a lot of the this needs to escalate type of conversation. All 3 of you guys that rolled 4, you see a handful of things. Again, you do see the protesters, the people, multiple people that you recognize from the Facebook posts that Paul had showed you, or sorry, Bart had showed you. And you also do see those damned kids that are skateboarding over on the corner. They seem to not be dealing with this too much, but you see a couple of them are like just hanging out leisurely, sitting on the stoop, laughing and kind of taunting at those that are protesting, almost trying to egg it on a little bit. And they're like teenage kids, you know what I mean? Definitely underage, but above, age to be out at midnight wandering the streets by themselves. So they're probably, the rougher youth type situation. And again, you can actually smell the smell of spray paint. And earlier on your way in, you kind of heard the cans rattle as these kids walk past you. Assuming that they're probably tagging the building or something like that as well. But since you all rolled 4, you also noticed something else. That there's one car in the parking lot that does seem to stand out. It is a very dropped down, what the hell's the name of those? Crown Vic, like an old cop car, right? But someone has put some serious money into this thing. It's got 20s on it, like it's sitting on big rims. It's got low profile tires. It has the windows completely blacked out in it. And there is some bass going on top of it. And you see that it is sitting there kind of at the edge of the parking lot. Directly across the street from that, you can see that there is someone else standing on a corner, that to anyone that has any criminal elements, so definitely Numar and Jamal, you both said you kind of have like some small crime stuff that you guys have participated in or whatever. Well, actually, yeah, this would go great for Jive too, even with the whole drug thing. This dude's definitely dealing drugs, and just kind of like standing on the corner doing his thing, you know what I mean? But it seems like that car is watching that guy. So there's a lot of different things going on all at once. But that's where I'll leave you guys to deal with it however you want.
Right.
Let's take care
One
of our
last check.
priorities.
Does anybody got an idea?
What's that?
One last check. Does anyone have any ideas?
Oh, there you go.
Feel like I'd be more useful with the skateboard.
Like stealing a skateboard? What do you mean?
That's what I thought he meant too.
I
would
mean, we
be
got to
more
make sure
useful
those
if I owned
kids
it.
don't get hurt, right?
I don't care about those kids.
Let's just take it from them.
Let's just take the skateboard.
Hey yo, fuck them kids.
I could get around so much faster.
But
Once again, if you want to go steal a skateboard, like, go for it. I don't see how that helps, but more power to you.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about the protesters, though.
like, I think going to the kind of the main rally or the first lady, I didn't write down her name. What's her name?
Oh, sorry. I got it right here. I got notes all over the place. The community organizer's name is Melanie.
Melanie.
The
She
woman
have a
tying
bullhorn?
herself. The woman tying. Yeah, she does. She does. She's got the megaphone. She is the one starting the chants. You know what I mean? Keeping them going, and screaming, or stuff like, "Are we going to continue to take this? This is our home. Why are we allowing this to happen?" Things like that. Tara is the one tying herself to the tree and setting out an assortment of crystals and rocks around her for protection. She's covered. Don't worry about her. She's safe. And then you also see a woman, which you would recognize as Dottie. Dottie was one of the kind of heads of the Facebook group. She's an elderly woman who is dispensing quirky signs. The signs that have things written on them. Most of them featuring puns related to gentrification or the rich. So, yep.
I like her.
I like Dottie. Dottie, you're all right. You're all right with me.
Good examples.
got a
I
plan A
wish
and a
I
plan
did. I
B.
really don't. You know what? I'll get some. Go ahead.
Numir, do you want to come with me, or you want to go steal a skateboard?
I mean, what were you going to steal? The megaphone?
I'm not
I could go for
stealing
that.
anything. We're basically at a 99-cent store. We can afford the things in this area.
I guess I just don't really see how we're gonna get these people to like chill out.
Same way we always do. Politeness.
That's
I'm going
like
to start walking towards a
your
megaphone
thing.
lady.
I'll go with them. I'll still follow along.
All right.
Maybe just a tiny bit huffy as when I see the kids on the skateboard.
I'd chill in the back and keep an eye on them.
As long as we don't all go together.
Yeah, that'd be a bit intimidating.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not the goal yet.
Yeah, I kind of want to go just like see if I can get close to that crowd. Like maybe even try to talk to like the person who's in like person in charge.
You want to talk first?
Yeah, if anybody's gonna draw draw attention, it might as well be the rainbow mad scientist.
I support that
right.
decision. I'm right behind you.
Rent is too
Yeah,
damn
sure.
high. Gentrify this. How about that one? They say progress. We
Okay.
say stop messing with our address. Or no more condos. We're in no doze mode. There you go.
I mean,
Yeah, no doze. Like, I don't know.
They
Fucking ChatGPT is coming up with is role playing Dottie tonight, so I'm doing the best I can to come up with punny signs.
Well, Dottie did her best.
Dottie did okay. You know what I mean?
all right, old man, go for it.
All right. I'm gonna just like stroll my way over, hands in my pockets, just as casual as a cucumber.
Okay. And you are heading over to Dottie, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I'll let Numair know, like behind his back, if this doesn't work, then we try and compel.
Okay. As you make your way over to her,
Alright.
she is still screaming with her sign or with her megaphone. You know what I mean? Continuing the chants and mantras and things like that they are using for this event. But as she sees you kind of approaching from inside, with the purple hair, or yeah, with the rainbow, I think she's immediately going to like take a stance where she takes a step back, and she says, see what kind of freaks these people are. They're all madmen. Look at this guy. And she pulls out a can of mace and starts kind of waving it around. You can see the lock is still on. Like, she definitely has no idea how to use it. But she's like, pulled up, like, stay back. I warn you, immediately. Just right into tension. Like, the tensions are already pretty high. So as soon as she sees you, like, approaching, she immediately goes into a standoffish position. She's still willing to listen. She's not, like, macing you immediately or anything. But she saw you walk, of course, across the picket line to get to her, so you came from inside. You're one of the bad folk.
Yeah. So Snowcone's just gonna, not show any sign of like hostility and like no reaction. Casually, just gonna. Matter of fact, is gonna pull out of his pocket a lollipop, pop it in his mouth, and just look at her and go, this where that WLA double C thing is going on, the gentrification protest, right?
I don't know if you can see around you, but obviously it is. If you're not here for the cause, I think it would be best if you were to just go home.
What's your cause?
No, I just want to make sure I'm in the right place is all. It's late at night. I don't know where I am. I just followed the Facebook ad, and I'm assuming this is the right protest. I saw another one, but that was for some pet stuff. So I'm just making sure.
Well, that might have been Tara over there, but no. This is the West LA Community Project. She says, well, I'm sorry, I just saw you come across the line there. You should have came to us first, but here you go. She kind of reaches into her back pocket. She pulls out a roll of what she has like flyers, essentially. And she says, this is a list of our mission statements and several of the businesses in the area that we're concerned about that have been driving up the rent prices. Do you live around here? I don't think I've seen you before. I know everybody in this side of town. Claims to know everybody in West LA.
Of course. I'm actually one of the
2
pharmacists
million
that help
people.
out at one of the oh, sorry, were you gonna say something?
No, I was just pointing.
You're good.
Yeah, just pointing out the fact she claims to know 2 million people, as he said. Yeah.
Okay.
That type of lady. I know the people in this neighborhood. I don't recognize you.
What was the name of the, I'm sorry if I forgot this, but what was the name of the nursing home that that we're getting to know?
Let's see. The name of the nursing home. Garden Palms Retirement Home.
Garden Palms Retirement Home. All right. Yeah. So I'll just look at her as like, oh yes, I'm actually one of the pharmacists. I work over at Garden Palms at the nursing home.
Yeah, well, I'm aware of it. I can't say as I recognize you again, like I said, but I'm aware of the Garden Palms. You're a pharmacist there. It seems like she just looks confused. You know what I mean? She's kind of caught off guard. Like I said, the whole presentation doesn't exactly meet her expectations of what you're telling her, but she's trying to meet you in the middle.
She sounds like she's confused as the rest of us.
Yeah, exactly. She says, but well, be that as it may, if you want to join in, the flyer there, it has several of the mantras we're using, and again, several of the businesses that are on there. But tonight we're trying to prevent anyone else. You could join in our circle of arms. Or if you want, you can help Dottie over there dispense signs, whatever you feel that you could best help out with. But our goal is to make sure that these people stop making money. If we can hurt their wallets, we can hurt their hearts, and they'll leave our community alone. We got to hit them where it hurts, and that's what'll drive them back.
I see. Although there seems to be something missing here. If I can add some criticism to this entire protest. I'm not saying that this is a bad protest by any means. Well, I'm actually all for it, but this doesn't seem like a complete group, don't you think?
She's looking down like, well, I'm here. I get the megaphone. What the fuck else do you want? But like, yeah, she kind of looks around. I'm not sure quite what you're getting at.
Well, here's my advice from someone who has been around for quite a while. I've seen my fair share of protests over the years. I've actually been a part of it, if you can believe that. But I can say for certain that this is not going to get anyone convinced. I mean, if you just look around you, I mean, half of these people are protesting for something they probably don't even understand it. I mean, if you think about it, really.
There is something we can agree on there. I personally think it should go a step further, but the police arrived earlier and they're trying to quell our they're trying to stop our protests, but I mean, I think we're doing the most we can without getting anyone arrested here this evening. She says, but I do agree that these people need to be stopped. If I could get in there, oh, that woman in charge, the things I'd do to her.
Yes. Although I would be a little bit more I wouldn't be more concerned about her. I would be more concerned about you at the moment.
Okay. Gonna make a little bit of a threat towards her, or is this? Am I reading that right? That you're making a little bit of a threat?
Yeah, it's pretty much a blanketed threat.
No worries. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at Gary.
We gotta save threats for last, man. We didn't even get to try anything yet.
I'm just making sure she knows the stakes that she's in. It's like,
but now, right now it seems like any other plan we have is just canceled.
There is there is a bit of an intimidation roll that we can make to see how well it kind of strikes her at it. I'm trying to think, would that be like charisma and intimidation? Maybe composure intimidation for keeping, you seem to have had a pretty calm head when you said it. You know what I mean?
He was very charming. I'd say charisma. What do you
think? You feel like do you feel like a charming person?
Oh, I'm a very charismatic person.
I thought that's what he was doing. I thought he was being charming at first. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was the way it was going.
We were doing. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a charming intimidation. It's a little bit of both. But yeah, if you want to give me intimidation and charm, see how well you can kind of sway her here. What are the rest of you guys doing while he's rolling that? It seemed like Jamal, you might have been with him. Was that kind of what I was getting? Is you were kind of behind him there? She's also handed you.
With him.
Okay, she has also handed you one of the flyers as well, and it's just the same thing you saw mostly on the website. Community action and a couple of lists of chance things that they planned on using during the protests. Other businesses that are in the area that she feels are responsible, things like that.
So they're awesome and fold it up for later.
Is Dottie there?
Dottie is standing, 10 feet off to the side, pulling signs out of the trunk of her car. So she's got like she's definitely got like a minivan SUV crossover thing. That she's got, the back hatch pulled up. She's got a bunch of these signs. She's obviously the crafty one of the bunch. But yeah, she's currently handing out those signs.
That's close enough for me to keep an eye on everybody. I'm gonna go up to her and ask her for a sign.
Okay. Yeah. Immediately she says, "Oh, Well, I think we got a couple more in here. You know, if it's good, I got it. And she starts rummaging through the trunk. Anything in particular that you're looking for? Let's
Something
see.
that really shows that I care about this gentrification.
About this gentrification? Question mark. She says,
Save the generations, stop gentrification.
yeah, that's exactly what I was
I
thinking
like that
here.
one.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's got one that says gentrification when coffee costs more than my sanity. That's one of the signs that she has. Our blocks for sale, neither's my soul. Things like that. Some of them are less punny and more just dark, but yeah, she gives you a variety of options. You can have your pick as far as that goes. She says, I don't really understand the whole thing. You know, she says, I just know that the gas prices and the rent keeps going up, and I don't like that. But, you know, if nothing else, I can make a good sign. I was back in the civil rights protest, you know. I used to make signs back then,
that's
too. This woman looks to be
probably your own
110.
fault. You should just go home instead.
Nice. Is that a...
I mesmerized that.
That is, yeah. That's what I'll say. Is that a compelling? Yeah, but mesmerize. Okay.
Let's see.
Let's take a look here.
Yeah, it sounds decently complex, so it's probably mesmerized.
Did somebody do mesmerize?
I can do that.
Yeah,
I have it.
I can do compelled too, and then I can also do something called cloud memory, which is just make somebody forget.
Nice. Forget the last 5 minutes.
Do I just make a rouse check then? That's what.
Yeah, I'm
that's what it says for
popping open the sheet to remember how it works exactly. So mesmerize, manipulation plus dominate versus intelligence. She is not prepared for it, so it's just going to work. She's immortal as far as that go. But yeah, it does require 1 rouse check. Yeah, she is an unprepared mortal, so it will just work. No rolls required, but well, as far as like to make it work. But yeah, the rouse check is still required. All right, so as you utter these words, you can see the kind of effect in her eyes as she immediately just blinks away, and you can tell that your mesmerism has taken hold. Immediately, she's like, yeah, I don't know why I wasted time here anyway. It's past my bedtime. I guess I should close up, huh? And she just immediately starts closing the trunk. Well, here, you can have these signs. And she just pulls out the rest of them and hands them to you. Essentially dumps them on the ground, closes the hood of her car, and starts making her way out. But as you utter those words, you can definitely feel that growl in your stomach rolling up again. Where are you at? Are you at hunger 2 or 3? We need to get your hunger on the screen. Hunger 3. So yeah, definitely.
3. I am getting angry.
So you are used to eating a specific type of a specific I don't know how to say it, whether they're alive or dead.
Grapefruit is pretty like non-picky. It's one of those like, hey, you'll
right. What I was thinking is a lot of the people that you end up snacking on are fresh out of that morgue, you know what I mean? And a lot of them are old ladies. So this woman smells just like home. This smells like a home cooked corpse. You know what I mean? Like, you are used to this. You know, this is the old lady that you're used to snacking on. And I mean, another week, maybe 2 at the most, and this woman is going to be yours, but you could just have her right now if you wanted. You don't have to wait. You know what I mean? Like, the thought's there. You know what I mean? It's definitely welling up in your stomach for sure. Of course, the 3, you still have your control, but the thought is becoming harder to resist.
Pretty tempting.
But she does start, like I said, she just says, well, here, you can hand out the rest of these for me. I gotta go. And starts dropping off signs in front of you before closing the trunk of her van and starts going to climb in and leave. She's out. You would actually catch those 2 of you. Sorry, how did that intimidation roll work out earlier, by the way? Intimidation 2.
Yeah,
2 is plenty enough against a little old lady, especially against a Karen. They don't take well when you actually say something back. So yeah, as you kind of intimidate her, she says, "Well, you know, she starts immediately stammering over her words.
I immediately stop her and go like,
"What the hell's going on here?"
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was just gonna simply say like, think about it for a second. Do you really want to get arrested over this?
She starts looking back and realizing that Dottie, right behind her, is also dumped off all her shit and packing up. She's like, well, what's going on? Well, this has just gone to hell, hasn't it? I hope you're happy. I don't know what to do with you. And you see her actually start to, like, what you're saying is definitely clicking in her head that, like, shit, I'm in a bad situation. My bad. Fucking Dottie was the fucking muscle of this whole thing. She's packing up. We're fucked. You know what I mean? Dottie brought the guns, Shit, all I got left's Tara. She's over here petting a crystal. Like, things are not looking good for me. So she does start to back up and kind of, well, this is just going to hell. And you see her starting to turn around and go to almost walk away from you. Like, okay, I'm leaving. You know what I mean? She puts her bullhorn on the hook that she has on her hip, where she's carried this thing multiple times before. And as she starts to turn and walk away, 3 of you, let's see, so it was you were talking, Newmar was talking to Dottie, you two, so Snowcone and Jamal, as you see her turn and walk away and start to move away from you, something else catches your eye directly over her shoulder. That car that had been sitting at the edge of the parking lot, the door begins to open on that car. And you see a very darkly dressed, like black shirt, black pants, black hood, pulled up deep, kind of covering as much of themselves as they can, person get out of that car, and immediately you guys can both spot the 9mm in his hand.
Oh, shit.
At the same time that you see all that happening, you can hear from behind you somebody say, "I said get the fuck out of my way, you dickhead!" And you hear the first the first punch get thrown as somebody behind, one of the college kids, has decided to hit one of the hippies holding hands, blocking the door. So all the things are starting to escalate, but Dottie has left, and the woman that you just intimidated immediately catches wind of the fight breaking out and starts making a run for her sedan. You know what I mean?
What can you say? I mean, like, what's going to be more worth it to them? It's like, you want to pay for all the prices going up, or do you want to pay for your bail?
Right. Paul, where you've been watching your car and also keeping an eye on the situation.
So I guess I maybe would have spotted the person getting out that, like,
you rolled a 4 earlier on your perception.
I got
so
2 out of the group.
Oh, you got the 2.
Is that a vampire that got out of the car with the gun?
You wouldn't be able to tell from here. Like, you could barely even tell if the guy's a white dude, a black dude, or not. Like, he's got, his face covered up. You know what I mean? You could barely tell anything about this guy. You know what I mean? Right. And he's like 20, 30 feet away, but, like, he's so covered that's how hard it is to tell. You can't even tell, like, if it's a guy. It could be a girl. You know what I mean? It looks like a dude. I'll give you that much. Probably size and body structure, it's probably a dude. But, like, that's about the best you could tell out of it. But, yeah, I'll say that, Bart would probably be able to catch some of this, especially as that commotion happened. But also, you would absolutely be, like, right, there to see this fight break out where the dude's like, "Dude, I said get the hell out of my way. I'm trying to get hammered." And instead he hammers the other guy. But you also would see that some of the people in the line start to scatter out a little bit, seeing Dottie and the other lady leave. Dottie and I forget her name. Anyway, Karen, take off and head to their car. Some of the others are like, "Well, this has gotten out of control. They're leaving. We better go too." So half of the crowd is starting to disperse. The other half has just escalated into, hell yeah, it's a riot now. You know what I mean? And you see a couple of other people looking around like, "Cool, I'm going to hit somebody." You know what I mean? Like, it's that part of the event, you know. Let's. So you guys have successfully moved, but moved the swayed the opinion of half of this crowd, but some other situation, the car with the gun is taking place at the same time, just happens to be that, you know what I mean? And
In
this
response to
this
the car with the-
moment where things were escalating was just seemed like a good time, maybe.
Yeah. In response to the car with a gun, I'm going dipping
How
into
far away
some
is
type
it?
of cover.
Okay, start looking for some type of cover.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me see. We don't have really a parking lot. I'm trying to do the best I can with what we have. So let me go ahead and drop some tokens on here for you guys. So we got Snowcone, there's Bart. Oh, wait, we already had you guys here, didn't we?
Yep.
Let's pull the rest of you out. So Bart, there's you. Okay, so you two were roughly next to each other. He's standing a few feet away, 10 feet away from you guys where Dottie was dealing with it. We'll say instead of a road, this is a parking lot. And that car, let's see. Whoop. Shit's being weird. I said it was a old cop car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best I got. It's over here somewhere. But the other guy is like clear over here on a corner, you know what I mean? So it's probably 30 feet away from where you guys are. Wow, dude, look at that shit. I called that. I said 30 feet and it was exactly 30 feet. And then the other guy is another 30 feet away, you know what I mean? From this, across the street.
What's in between us and the guy?
What the hell's going on here?
He's got a gun and it's pretty clear.
Sorry, hold on one second here. I'm trying to... What the hell happened? Oh, okay, there. What is this shit? They did something with the way this works, and I don't like it. Yeah, the other guy is, right here about where the corner would be, and he's just standing there. He's been standing there the whole night, selling drugs, essentially. The dude that's on the corner is obviously wearing stuff that would catch your eye as being gang affiliated as well. I should have mentioned that, but that's on me.
Okay,
Sorry,
Bart's
what was your
hopping out of the
question
car,
there,
he's going
Jamal?
after the drug dealer.
Yeah, Jamal, you asked a question.
What's in between us and the car?
In between you and the car, so let me just go ahead and we'll do this. There's a line of people roughly like here that were holding hands trying to prevent people from that. Everything else over in this area is just cars. There's a handful of different cars that are in the parking lot. Occasionally somebody mingling in and out of them, but for the most part, nothing. Dottie's minivan was right here. Actually, you know what? What's her name's car would be somewhere over here, and she's running to it. Currently, so Karen, whatever her name was. Melanie, thank you. And this was Dottie's ride. So there's just other cars as far as that goes, but no other people between you and them.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't do maps a lot, but we'll figure it out.
Perfect.
Yeah. Theater of the mind, you guys can roughly gauge, everything is within reach, though. I'll put it that way. As far as like this entire parking lot, you guys can cover that ground in a single turn if you need to pretty quickly. Everything's like 30 feet away, except for the drug dealer, which is like 60 feet away.
Oh, I thought it was 30 feet.
No.
Oh, the drug dealer. My bad.
Yeah, the drug dealer's on the other side of the street. He's obviously wearing gang colors, white tee, black shorts, and he's got a do-rag hanging out of his pocket that's purple.
All right. I give looks like you're next to me. I give a shot over to Newmar to break up the fight. And then I want to use 2 turns to jump here. Nope, wrong thing. Jump to the back of this car. And then
Okay.
jump over to the guy with the gun.
Okay. When you say jump, are we talking about soaring leap?
Yes.
Okay. So there is, I will mention, just real quickly, a line of people right here. They are scattering and starting to head towards their cars, which are that direction, but they haven't quite got there yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why it should take me about 3 seconds.
Okay, but yeah, I just figured I'd mention it because there is a chance of being seen if you start doing, you know, supernatural leaps and bounds through the parking lot, because you're like 5 feet away from these people. You know what I mean?
I can survive drunk people seeing me do something like this. And it's LA. People just do stuff like that.
People just do shit like that. Holy shit,
You're an
man!
I
athlete.
take the risk.
In LA, people just fucking. I gotta go to LA, man. This is amazing. It's that kid.
Me in
It's the
person
super.
beat
It's the
50
super
feet.
kid. It's the super kid that went missing. Look at him go! Holy shit! There's a reason
And
they
they're
call that
drunk
guy
people.
Clark
Forget
Kent.
them.
Well, mix of drunk people and protesters. So the protesters aren't drunk. And
The
then
important
we'll
thing is no one will believe them.
we'll also say that right here, just because I forgot to mention it, is where Tara is chaining herself to a tree. Chained herself to a tree.
In the street?
Well, like I said, this is a parking lot. I didn't have I didn't have the proper map. We'll just say that everything north of the building is parking lot.
Oh, I get ya.
Didn't have a perfect map, but we made the do with what I had at short notice. One of these days, I'll actually get us a graphic artist, and we'll be able to do some cool stuff, huh? Hint, hint.
Yeah, if only they were
Hint,
findable,
hint.
you know?
Yeah, but that's the hope anyway, is to crudely represent what we got going on here. But yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and see. Jamal, you said you're going to start leaping and bounding. Numar, what is it that you want to do?
Currently holding like a pile of signs after
Well,
staring at that lady.
She handed you a few of them and then just dropped the rest at your feet. But yeah, you're just standing there watching her pull out in her minivan.
Ooh. I guess, you know, I'm gonna run into the fight. I mean, I'm further back than most people.
Yeah,
Would I...
just weird trajectory, but they're like 30 feet away. You're about 30 feet away, maybe a couple extra feet, but you can get there if you need to. Like I said, this isn't exact, so I'm not going to be real picky on counting steps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Vampire
I mean, I
doesn't
don't
really
sword
have
leap, but
you know, that sort of thing
would I
anyway.
be able to like get here? Or
Yeah.
at least
You can
or
get up
to here.
You can get up to that car in a turn. Yeah, all of you guys could get to that car within a turn if you wanted to. Let's see. Okay. So you want to try and head over to that car? Is there anything in particular you're trying to accomplish?
Which
I
car?
am wielding one of the signs, ready to kind of land strike him or something.
What? Gentrification this, motherfucker. Gentrify me. All right, cool. What about Jive Man? Sorry, what about Snowcone?
Debating whether to take care of that person chained up to a tree, because we were told to like disperse the crowd and like make sure they leave, and this person's already chained themselves up to a tree.
Yeah, I will say probably one of the biggest assumptions that she gave was deal with it so that it doesn't draw unwanted attention. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're protesters, that's whatever, I can deal with that. Don't let it get to the point where like I end up in the newspaper over this way, you know, you're not drawing attention to the vampire. You know what I'm saying? Like it's hard enough when she might do a news article, you know, here and there about building a new club. She can take time to prepare and put on Blush of Life. But when there's random cops and problems in the parking lot and supernatural things, that's what she was kind of trying to avoid. But yeah, getting rid of people would be a great way of doing that. But you know, just since, you know, I probably didn't say it, you know, earlier, her biggest concern was just making sure not to draw any really negative attention to her club.
All right, I'm gonna make my way over to Tara, because if there's a if there's any kind of body count in this parking lot tonight, then that's going to end up on the news.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a very good point. And Paul, what is it that that Bart is doing?
I was at first thinking when seeing gun drawn was fact American style. I'm gonna draw mine too. I have a shotgun like backpack. That I'm still standing on the other side. It's not getting drawn. It's just not drawn. It's not getting aimed down sight or nothing. It's just more of if I see it where I can prevent crossfire from happening. I guess
Okay.
I'd like to. Are there people downrange from drug dealer or person emerging from the car? Like,
For the most part, no. It's pretty late at night. You know what I mean. This area is a mix of businesses, some what do you call it? Like places to live. You know what I mean? Like not necessarily houses, but maybe apartment buildings, and the nightclub itself. So it's not really like a place that's bustling. You know what I'm saying? Most of the businesses are already closed. Just this one side of the street where the club has got a lot of attention. So no, over there where the drug dealer is, not too much going on there. That's actually why he's there. He's just kind of standing on the corner. For the most part, what you guys have seen is several cars have pulled up, stopped, and went on. It's not like people walking by dealing with him. You know what I mean?
Would
Yeah.
firing into the ground escalate things?
That's your call. And you did say this was a pistol that you had, right?
No, shotgun.
Shotgun. Okay.
12 gauge.
I
One
forgot
of those
that.
kind of home defense where they're a little bit shorter and shit. Where,
Cool. Sawed up shotgun.
but
Nice.
not to that extent, but also still, not that accurate, all things considered.
Right. I
Yes,
forgot to
firing
mention
a
by
shotgun on a crowded street will make the news.
I forgot to mention, by the way, with a couple of you guys, I didn't
LA?
think to in LA maybe. I forgot to mention that about like weapons and guns. If you guys want weapons and guns, just take them. As long as it's nothing crazy like an Uzi or not. Well, actually, probably an Uzi might. Yeah, if it's a basic pistol, shotgun, or something like that, it's fine. And then I know Paul, we talked about your guns already, but yeah, I forgot to mention that to everybody else. So yeah, if you guys want like a pistol, you got it, not a problem.
I
Also,
haven't yet gotten my dragon breath round. Aw, darn.
Gotcha. Well, now that I know what everybody's kind of rough intentions are, it is 12:16. We are a little bit past our time. Do you guys want to keep going a couple of minutes or what? You guys tell me. I don't want to keep anyone going. We could call it like pause at the big escalating moment, leave it at a cliffhanger, or we can keep going a few. It's up to you.
I'm good either way.
Like,
I'd
I'd
love
be
to
fine
keep
resolving
going.
this. It's something where, unless it starts getting into bloodshed, then maybe we take a pause, or
Right.
let's see where this goes for another
My
10
thought.
minutes.
Yeah, I was about to say, my thought is like I could probably wrap it up in 45 minutes and be done by 1, but I don't really want to go, too long if it's going to be keeping everybody up. You know what I mean, is what I'm saying. Yeah, it would take
Yeah.
longer than that. I can stretch it out much farther next week if you guys just want to pause there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
think
we can
we'll
pause
have
if it's
a
going to go to the 45.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and call that. So at the moment that we stop, things have really started to escalate. The man has gotten out of the car, started to move across, take a few steps forward towards the hood of the car, where you can tell he is obviously looking full dead intent on shooting this man down in the streets. That's standing across the street is the appearance of what's going on here. The crowd has half started to disperse and make their way back to the cars, which problematically is in that direction. But the other half that are still remaining have just broken into a brawl. And the last thing we can hear as everything stops, you hear the sound. And does anybody have like auspex, like heightened senses type thing? Did anybody take any of that? Let's see. I don't think anybody did.
No, nothing like that.
You may not hear the sound of the spray can hitting the ground, but you do definitely hear the sound of 2 teenagers begin screaming from around the corner where the skateboarder was, as this all kind of hits a crescendo of action, as all three things have seemed to went bad. If you were to look over in that direction, you would see two kids running out of the side alley next to the club, screaming as they run in fear. So things are at their peak at this moment, and that's where we'll pick up with this next week as we try to resolve this issue without getting too many problems. Also, there's cops here too. I forgot to kind of put them on the map, but there's like 2 or 3 cops that have showed up just to keep an eye on shit. So there are kind of
shotgun.
Yeah, I started to think about that. I was like, there's probably a couple of cops here. I said earlier that there was a couple. They weren't like a lot, but yeah, there's like a car parked in the lot just keeping an eye on shit. So yeah, this is getting tense, and I think that'd be a great moment to pause our game right there. This way we don't get too far ahead, because yeah, it would probably take me at least another 45 if I rushed it. So let's just go ahead and call it there. That's on me. We got started a little bit late, but next week we'll make sure to be here right on time for you guys at 8 p.m. and we'll pick up with it from there. But hopefully you guys enjoyed what we got to do so far. I hope it's the story's working out. I'll just go ahead and throw it out there. I said earlier that I asked Chat GPT like to help me with this thing. I always, hey, give me 10 ideas and I'll workshop them from there. It said you could use any of these 3 ideas, rival street gangs, gentrification thing, and then the thing about the kids, which I'm not going to answer. And I'm just like, no, we'll do them all. Let's just do all of them. You know what I mean? I want all of them happening at once. Let's do that. So yeah, this is where it gets pretty fun. But yeah, I hope you guys, at least next week it'll get real exciting. We'll start out with, dealing with this situation. Real quick, see if I got anything they want to say before they go. Anything big, anything momentous going on? Anybody do anything cool? I don't know. I know you guys don't do a lot of like content stuff, but I know Jive, like you do some graphic stuff. I don't know if you do anything public or not, but just thought I'd check.
Yeah, I'm just I'm doing some personal projects right now, but I have a Fiverr and like a freelancer site. If anybody wants to, commission me for work there, then
right on, plug that shit. What's it called?
Let me double check, because it has been a very long time since anyone's ever commissioned me for stuff.
Fair enough. Just thought I'd check, because I know a few guys do stuff. Numerous is always loitering around here, so we know he ain't doing nothing special. He's just hanging out playing D&D with me.
Follow me here.
Follow me here, yeah.
Yeah, but you can find me on Fiverr just under Jive Man as well.
Cool. Jive Man on Fiverr. Go get you some graphic art. Sounds good, man.
I'll do logos. I'll do logos. I'll do some typography.
Cool, man. I like it. Well, yeah. If nobody else has anything to go on to, I'll let you guys go ahead and drop out there or whatever. This way you guys can get on with your lives. I'm gonna stick around for like 10 or 15 minutes and just talk about the game a little bit afterwards. But just so you guys know, I am gonna start doing like a post show on Mondays where I talk about behind the scenes stuff about the campaign. If any of you guys ever want to show up, you're always welcome to do so. But that just seems like I'm going to do it for the D&D game and for this. So just Monday nights, 8 to 10, somewhere in that area. You guys can check back and we'll talk about the behind the scenes stuff and what goes into these campaigns and characters and stuff like that. If you ever want to, join me for any of that stuff. But yeah, thank you guys, man. I appreciate you. Like I said, I know this is kind of a weird getting started session, but I feel like a couple of sessions in, we'll get the hang of this, and this will be a real fun game. So I appreciate you guys for playing. You guys are all great players, man. Give them a round of applause, chat.
XP?
Oh yeah, XP, man. Yes, I will let you know. I think as far as XP, it's just like an XP per session, right? Like that's how Vampire works.
Usually, or like something like 5 after some big accomplish type deal.
Right, right.
3.
Yeah, it could be up to 3.
I was trying to give us a little bit more. He doesn't know.
I'm not a fan of OP characters. I like it to go slow.
Right. Well, that's my thing.
Street level stuff. Yeah, that's very
That's
true.
what I was about to say. Tonight was a pretty mellow getting started, but I do want to go ahead and start giving us some XP. I forgot. I forgot. I meant to look up the rules on XP this week. Generally, what I was doing, like for my D&D game when we were doing a West Marches style, was just 1 XP point per session. You show up, you're here on time, you know what I mean, and you play through the whole session, you get a point. But I was doing like a homebrew system for D&D, 5 points you could level type thing. So I think it's similar for this. Just show up and gain an XP, and then at the end of major events, we could do up to like 2 or 3 when you guys complete story arcs or complete a rumor, stuff like that. So yeah, we'll get you taken care of. But yeah, I think for now we'll just go ahead and everybody can mark down an XP just for tonight. Actually make it 2. I don't know what you could buy with 2, but make it 2 since this is our first session. Because I appreciate you guys coming, and then we'll work on the rest later. I know roughly how the XP system in this game works, but it's been a while since I looked at it. I want to make sure not to overdo it. But yeah, thank you guys so much, man. Appreciate you
Yeah, our
guys for
pleasure.
coming in. Like I said, again, I'm going to stick around for like 15 minutes to talk about the game, so if anybody wants to, feel free. But otherwise, you guys are more than welcome to go ahead and do what you got to do. I know it'll make all the cameras go weird, but that's fine. But thank you guys, seriously. And hey, we got the Discord. Feel free to message me all week. Anything that you want to add or change, or any questions or tips or any comments you got on it, man. I'd love to hear from you guys. I want to make this game as good for you guys as I am for the chat, so I want to make sure it's not just for them, it's for us too. So hopefully you guys enjoyed.
Talk to you
Alright.
later.
Had a good time.
Cool,
Good
cool,
job.
man.
Maybe stop
Yeah,
back for.
I'll drop out too.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Sleep well.
Appreciate you guys. Take her easy.
All right.
All right, probably hang in your chat for a little while, but I'll drop the call.
All right, man. Right on. No worries. I will be here.
All right, see ya.
It's where the cameras go all crazy. So somehow, Clark, you've stayed fine. I don't know what's going on there. How is that one
well,
camera
actually, I'm in
still
2 different. I'm on all of the screens now.
I'm on all the screens now, yeah. I'm trying to figure out what the shirt said. Oh, there it went crazy. All right. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the game. It was a good time, man. I enjoyed this. Like, I knew that tonight was going to be a little bit rough. We got started late. I was trying to get some last minute preparation in, and we had to get a little bit of a late start. Oh, hearing some feedback. Let's see what I can do about that. Oh, did it stop? Hey, it stopped. Cool. But yeah, so far awesome first start. I know we didn't get into the hardcore action. I actually had planned on us getting all the way through this, but we got started an hour late, and we still had about an hour to go. So let me know what you guys think. Tell me what you think. Good first session. Nice. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. That's what it was. I was trying to figure out what that was. But yeah, man, I had a great time with it, even though we didn't get into the real serious stuff. But I'm gonna try and set the tone for keeping action high from here on out. The emotional one. I was trying to read what it said. Yeah, I could see part of it at the bottom. That's good stuff. I'm the emotional one. Let's do this. I know how to fix this camera issue. We can just turn off these ones. Oh. There we go. And he said he might stop back, so we'll throw one more on there in case he wants to hang out. You guys are going to see all kinds of stuff here for a second. Give me a minute. Usually I would do this off screen, but that's all right. I'm feeling really bad because I realized during the last 30 minutes that I wasn't recording this. So you guys are going to have to check this out on the VOD, but I don't know if we'll be able to get this to YouTube with the same quality as the rest of the videos will be from here on out. But Cop, I'm not a cop from chat, in case you guys are curious, has volunteered to do a little bit of editing for us, which I super appreciate. And he's going to try and edit these together and do some little videos for us as far as that goes. So, but yeah, this campaign is going to be a full-length campaign we're going to take on from here on out. the idea that I'm starting with is starting off small like we did tonight, right? So we start off with just the area that the kindred are localized in. West LA, that's where they chose as where their location was, right? We had to introduce the Baron. So Izzy came into the effect, and of course she's got some we agreed during the kind of session 0 that the campaign would be about more or less protecting what was theirs. They're given a piece of turf and they get to hang out in it, right? There you go. Let's see. Saw the screen mute. I got you.
What's good?
There we are. Oh, yeah, there we go. I went ahead and muted all the cameras, so you don't have to worry about that.
Cool.
But yeah, so what did you think here? Do we get the? I was just saying that my goal was to set up your area, your Baron, and the topic that we discussed about you're given a piece of turf and you're put in charge of protecting it. I think we covered it. We covered at least that part. I tried to get that out of the way as fast as I could so that we could get to the parking lot chaos that I knew was unfolding outside. But yeah, I think we did accomplish that. Izzy's really cool. I love Izzy, but I need to get better at figuring out how to role play her. I kind of wanted her to be a little bit more charismatic. You know what I mean?
It's hard to do. Like, I
Oh,
play
man, yeah.
a bard who literally can't get below a 20 on persuasion checks. I try
Right.
to represent what that is, but obviously I can't actually hold that up.
Right. If you're not actually that character in real life, it's kind of hard to roleplay sometimes. Exactly. Yeah, I'm really good at silly, stupid characters. I mentioned earlier something about like this little goblin character that I once introduced in our D&D game. And the second that I started playing him, I knew who this guy was because I used elements of myself in his character. I just gave him a silly voice and I could roleplay him. But yeah, Izzy is kind of an enigma to me. She's this powerful, woman in power. Given kind of this place in the city, she is younger amongst the other barons. You guys would probably know that. So as far as like among the other kindred that she's surrounded herself, that she's on the level with, she's pretty young. You know what I mean? Most of the other barons are probably 100 or plus. She's far less than that. No, I'm not going to say exactly how young because you guys wouldn't know, but she's definitely younger and making her way up the ladder. But I wanted to make sure to symbolize that she's kind of, this cool chick that's all about like, running this club, and like she is the face and the charismatic leader, while at the same time still being very business savvy and knows how to run her territory. You know what I mean? She didn't become Baron by chance. Like, she's good at what she does. But yeah,
Like,
I'll get into her at some
the
point.
biggest thing that I would look for when addressing her, based on what you've described, is just finding what differentiates her from Baron Temple, outside of the fact that she's a chick. Like, just
Right.
trying
Yeah.
to get a couple of more just things that'll draw her, well, or at least like add tension to the relationship potentially, or just define them outside that.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, like I said, because we mentioned the similarities between her and Baron Temple with being the type that is very welcoming to all kindred in her domain.
He also has that, but I think one
Yeah,
area where you
similarity.
can perhaps explore is where she's involved a bit more in the criminal aspect, where also we're trying to get involved in. Baron Temple, I think had maybe a little touch of dealings maybe somewhere in there, just because, hey, you're a club owner, that shit happens. But like, maybe our Baron is the underhanded one in comparison. Baron Temple wants to be all high, and I'm the big lord of town. She's down to get a little bit dirtier, right?
I would say she's probably not above it. So outwardly,
maybe she doesn't want to be known as the one that gets dirty, but she will if need be.
Exactly. Outwardly, she doesn't want to be known for it, but definitely within her realm of capabilities, right? Yeah, Yeah, I think she's a cool character, and I want to get to know her better. That's my thing. Is I love once we add a character, and that's what I was going to say earlier. Is that I like to start off real small. I take the Ed Greenwood approach to writing a major campaign like this. As far as I'm concerned, we could run this campaign for the rest of time, and I'd be okay with that, right? So you can't just write an entire world at once. You got to start out small. You know what I mean? So Ed Greenwood, when he did the Forgotten Realms, he made Mert the money lender. It was a traveling money lender salesman guy. He just did business, right? But the reason he made that character was so he could say, okay, here's Mert. He starts out in town A. Let's flesh out town A. All right, he spent a couple of episodes or a book's worth of information here. Now he goes to town B. We add town B to the world. And now there's 2 towns in this world. So every time you guys go to a new location, I just, make notes of whatever we added there that was of importance, and it starts spreading outwardly, you know what I mean? Like, as we grow, we can eventually flesh out the entire city and make it our own, instead of having to try and write the entire city at once. The only things that I'm doing on that grand of a scale is I want to know the barons of every, region, territory, district, I guess is what I would call them. Every different barony. Let's pull up that map again. So, like, here's my baron map, or territory map that I put together, and apparently there was a couple of imperfections, but we're pretty close on that.
Can you pop it out of the player character screen?
Can I pop it out of the player character screen?
Yeah, just where like it doesn't have the 4 player character section, because now I don't need that.
What do you mean? I'm not sure.
Where it shows the 4 portraits of like our names and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Oh.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, change. I thought you were talking about in Roll20, and I was like, what are you talking about? This scene. Bam.
Yeah, scenes. That's the phrase for it.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, different scene on the layout. There we go.
Now with this,
and we don't need.
There are some barons that are controlling multiple sections, right? Or are you
for the
trying to
most,
get a baron for every little color?
That's what I was wanting to do, is a baron for every color.
Oh, damn.
And some colors might even have multiple. So, like, there's this area over here on the right that says Gateway Communities. That's just kind of like, it's barely LA, you know what I mean? But that's where you move into LA territory and things like that. That's probably, I remember if you watched LAbyNight, he talked about like the sofa barons down in Long Beach, how there was several barons or whatever. Some of these territories may have multiple barons that just kind of overlap each other loosely. The Gateway Communities would definitely be one of those areas. But yeah, my hope was kind of to put a baron for each one of these. So like Santa Monica used to be Baron Therese. Venice Beach, I think we had one. I think there was one for Venice Beach they mentioned. I can't really remember, but like Malibu would have its own baron. Hollywood, well, we got Hollywood and West Hollywood. Hollywood was supposed to be, if we're using LAbyNight's canon, which we are, LAbyNight had Nelly G. Yeah, exactly. And then you can barely see it. Let me pull this down. All of the valley was split up by Temple and Fiona. I didn't think about that when I did on the map, but I'll probably split this in half somewhere, add a second color, and one half will be Fiona's half of the valley, and the other half will be, whatever. But yeah, so like we the one place where it gets a little weird is like Nelly G had Hollywood, but we've also separated out North Hollywood and West Hollywood now. So those would be their own little small baronies. Maybe she's given a small portion to one of the coterie, maybe we could use some of those other coterie members.
Well, yeah. Like coteries are the big backbone of any territory.
I was about to say, man, I'm drawing a blank on all the names. Jasper, he was part of he lived in Hollywood, right? So maybe he's West Hollywood. You know, maybe that's his little quadrant right there is where West Hollywood is. They gave that to Jasper or something, you know? North Hollywood could be somebody else, but yeah, for the most part, I wanted to try and break it into as few of these territories as I could, but it ended up being a lot more than I thought. So yeah, we're gonna have to eventually add a lot of barons. But like right now, we could stay just in West LA for the next 10 sessions, 20 sessions, whatever. So we don't
And,
really
like-
have to worry about adding it all at once as long as we do it in these small little groups like I was talking about.
Alongside it, I think some of the regions could even be partially controlled by various other supernatural forces. Say, a Fae has control of Carson.
Oh yeah,
Or-
yeah. That would be very cool, yeah. I did, that was one of the things we discussed, is that Fae and supernatural creatures definitely being a part of the game, and might even get to see some of that as we go on. But yeah, that would be kind of interesting too, is that some areas maybe don't have, you know, a baron because there's something else there that's more powerful, right? Yeah, that would be interesting. That's a cool concept. I like that. Yeah, Torrance and
try to explore more
Carson
if it's-
and stuff down there would be a great place for that too.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully I got some of these right. Now I know that I didn't get the exact like borders right because I was literally just using the paint tool on GIMP.
Yep.
But for the most part I hope I got most of the names right. So like this area that says LAX, I couldn't find anything else other than it just saying LAX. I think that whole area is the airport, but I'm not sure of it.
That's quite amazing, and that is something where like a kindred would very much have control of that. Like that, if
Right.
anything, is probably one of the most valuable places out of like
Or
LA.
one of the thoughts I had about it is like this is also going to be where the airport is, though. That's going to be hunter territory.
Oh,
So that's
really?
going to, well, maybe not like hunter owned, but
It's still-
that's
they
where the
have a
hunters
good
do a
knowledge
lot
base
of their
there, yeah.
business. So that's a dangerous territory for kindred to be at altogether. So yeah, territories like that, I'm still unsure is exactly how to put them together yet. Could be
Guess
interesting
to
though.
be at or to control, because I'm feeling that enough kindred want at least some sway within the LAX system. But yeah, staying there long term isn't ideal.
Yeah, it could get dangerous. That's for sure.
Probably someone that lives at the border of Inglewood or, well, any of the border regions would be then where you would want to try getting control of LAX from.
Yeah, you might not stay in the, you know, airport area. I can't imagine that whole area is the airport because I see
but, like, supporting,
roads around there, but
like
yeah.
buildings and shit. Like,
Let's see what else does it say. Dockweller State Beach. There's some beach there. But yeah, like I said, I apparently didn't get it perfect. Thank you, by the way, to let me I'm gonna screw up the name. Gwupardfile 17. Thank you, by the way. I know that you kind of gave some insight in on that, and Clark, you actually living there and stuff too is a huge help. I did the best I could, but yeah, there was some areas, so like things like West LA, Beverly Hills, Hollywood. I found another picture that I was able to use to get the rough borders for those, but it only had like the downtown Hollywood area on that. Then I found one, Clark sent me one that had all the beaches all the way down through. But then when it came anything below South Central, I was like, shit, I have no idea what any of this is other than Long Beach. So I started just like looking through the map. Rancho Palos Verdes was on the, and Torrance were on the beach map, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, like Hawthorne, Compton, Lakewood, Signal Hill. I am totally not sure if that's what those areas are called. It was just the biggest name on the map. You know what I mean? So I was like, well, if that's the biggest name on the map, maybe that's what they go by, right? Because like you got Carson here, but you also have West Carson too. So I don't know where these things border at. But yeah, I did the best I could. But I think it'll work for what we want. Like I said, it's kind of our version of it anyway, right? But yeah, I think
there's an interesting like dynamic that I think go on that would be something that would affect our region. is where the various beach baronies, like all along that right now, especially with now the Vormans leaving most of their impact there, it's just in flux. It's one of those things of where there are barons that control like 3 beaches at some times, but like it's been other times where each individual beach labeled there has a specific one.
Oh yeah.
Shit like that, where it's so much more in flux just because having access to the water is also a pretty valuable source for Kindred.
Oh yeah.
Because half of us have that as the escape method. When shit's getting fucked, you go to the water.
Yeah, that's the escape plan, right? You can hit the water and stay on a boat and kind of keep out the sun. You know what I mean? Especially a cargo ship or cargo barge, somewhere where you can be put inside of a cargo container and not have to worry about getting, somebody popping the door in the middle of the day. Things like that. Yeah, it's a good escape plan. One of the things that I thought was interesting and something that I might be able to play with, though, you were talking about how there's all these different beach areas that border West LA. So that's going to mean a lot of, contentment. West LA isn't just dealing with 1 or 2 barons that border it, but like 10. You know what I mean? So like they're all going to have, be trying to get their piece of the pie and have their own, border issues, things like that. There's a lot of cool stuff that we could do just by taking a look at the map, I think. I mean, I got a lot of... Good.
Well, with the state parks and stuff, is that gonna be then pretty heavy Garu territory or like werewolf?
Could be. I think it's gonna be depend on park to park, because then you're also gonna have Gangrel.
Warring there. Yeah.
Gangrel and Garu, or is that how they say it? Garu? Guru?
Yep.
Guru?
No,
Gurus?
I think it's Garu, but it could be Guru. I think it kind of depends on the person saying it.
Right, yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is that Gangrel and werewolves are going to have some contested territory there fighting over the parks, But that's definitely a thing, is that we can get into all that. I think this is always the best way for me to approach a campaign, as I take the area that we're going to, like a modern campaign. Or even, actually, even a D&D game. I do the same thing with D&D because I used to draw a lot of maps. But you just take the area, you break it into sections, you put a power dynamic in each section, and then watch all the sparks fly as they grind against each other. But even beyond that, we got a lot of stuff that's just like basic tropey things that I would love to add into the campaign. Like at some point, you guys got to fight a werewolf. At some point, we got to see a ghost, Those things don't have anything to do with the border issues. That could just be, maybe the crypt that Numerous lives in, you know what I mean? Or the old folks home. That would be a great place for hauntings. So we that's just right in the same we could spend months just dealing with the same 4 blocks. But yeah, I think there's also a lot of travel that we can do this way too. It's just it's a matter of how quick I can kind of start to flesh it out. The faster I can flesh it out, the farther we'll travel. But for example, if we went, if next session, for some reason, we had a reason to go to Compton. Okay, now I just flesh out Compton. Sure, there's a bunch of gap between it. We don't have to start at the center and work our way out in a perfect circle, but we could just hit all the places, and eventually it'll cover everything until we have a full campaign Bible put together. But yeah, one of the first things I did want to do was go ahead and try to establish who is Baron of each of these places. And a couple of important places inside of each one. If I could just start there, everything else would be very simple. And just for the records, for the chat, for you guys' pleasure, I am going to try and find a way to make this public. I have 2 Google documents that I use. I have one that is going to be essentially the public campaign Bible, and then I have my session book. You know what I mean? That's going to be each session and storyteller notes about shit that you guys shouldn't know about, right? But yeah, I want to
Makes
actually
sense.
try and make this public to where if anybody else out there wants to run a game using this territory, they can, and hopefully it helps the next guy, make it a little
Okay.
bit easier. Yeah, well, it's something I try to do. To be honest, there's a there's a monetary gain there too. My thought was
Oh.
if it actually ends up being really good, we got the Storytellers Guild. It would be a great thing to post the campaign Bible essentially to the Storytellers Guild for free, and then if you want each of my session notes on how to run that session, you know what I mean? Spend $1 on each one of those, and you can get a one shot a session a week for $1. It may not be tons of money, but hell, if 100 people bought each one, right?
Nice chunk of change.
Yeah, that
One
would
last
work
question
out.
for you.
Go
I was
for it.
wondering when you were going to release the VOD on YouTube.
The VOD on YouTube. So that's probably going to take a minute. And this one I'm kind of worried about because I forgot to hit record. So,
Oh shit!
well, so
Well,
like
it should be recorded on Twitch, right?
that's what I was going to say. The VOD will still record to Twitch. I can still upload the VOD to YouTube. I planned on trying to give that a couple of days so I could talk to Cop and see what he wants to do about it.
Probably won't be as good of quality, all things considered, but
Right.
whatever.
Well, his biggest thing was he wanted the audio sources to be separated. So when I record it, it separates the audio sources. I could separate the music from the people talking, from the background noise and all that shit. Just uploading the VOD, it doesn't do that.
I guess you just put a disclaimer at the start and then say you're going to do better for the rest of the session.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm gonna give it a day. Once I talk to him, I'll know better. But I was kind of thinking maybe like give it a week in between. This way, it gives him a week. Later when we're doing them, it gives him at least a week to work each session. You know what I mean? To do his
thing.
thing.
People to subscribe if you have that as a thing, right?
That is not a thing I'm doing right now, but it will definitely be a thing here very soon. Yep, already getting there. Yeah, I'm gonna start probably putting these. Well, you know what? I don't know. I might have to think about that.
Maybe not wait. Yeah, wait till you have like a full season in the bank, then we can start pulling it type of stuff.
Right. Well, that and my thought is too. It's like these are the raw and edited kind of VODs. That's not as pleasurable to watch as if you wait a week and subscribe to our YouTube, which is still free. But that having a YouTube channel is actually more important than having a Twitch channel, just in some ways. You know what I'm saying?
Like, do you have YouTube membership enabled right now? Is that a thing available, or do you need to get more subscribers?
I still have to get more.
Okay.
We just built the YouTube for Tabletop down. I had one for It's So Sublime, and I screwed up when I built it. I had somehow accidentally made my personal YouTube the brand account, and the brand account, or it was opposite. You know what I mean? The one that was supposed to be the brand account was the one I was using for personal shit, and the one that wasn't a brand account was the one that was supposed to be. So I deleted all my YouTubes recently and started them all over again. So yeah, we're starting from scratch with YouTube for both It's So Sublime and Tabletop down. And later there will be a secondary channel too. Whenever I get the opportunity, I plan on separating like my video game stuff and personal content from the tabletop shit. But
that's reasonable,
we'll get to that later. It's fine to have it all in one too. It doesn't really matter, but I would like it that way just to make it easier for me.
I think it just helps with the algorithm. If you have people then not like skipping your videos, then they get more likely to get played.
Right, yeah, and that was a good reason to do it for the YouTube, as far as that goes. Clark, you asked, am I going to do anything for new subs? So, you guys have had a chance to look already. The Discord server that we play in, the one that we're actually using for the voice and stuff like that, has channels already set up. We haven't fleshed them out and fixed all the the little bits to it yet, but the plan is to make that a subscriber only roleplay Discord. So we will have that for both the D&D game that I'm getting ready to start. That'll be a full Sword Coast Discord server for role-playing in, as well as for the vampire game also. So if you're a subscriber, you'll be able to get access to those role-playing channels, and you can role-play in there in our world. The cool part about that is if you make a character in that, it could become a part of our game, right? So if you have a cool character that role plays in the Discord, that can become an NPC in the world. The way I have it currently set up is that tier 1 subscribers can create a character. A tier 2 subscriber can create a character and a location that they are attached to. So say if you made the character Baron Temple, right? And you're a tier 2 sub, you could have Baron Temple and the Temple of Boom or the club. You know what I mean? Have a location that's also yours, that's part of the world. And you can make that up yourself, of course. And then if you're a tier 3 sub, you get all three. You get a character, or an NPC, you know, a character that you can roleplay that would essentially be an NPC in our world, a location that becomes a real location in our world, and a free rumor that you get to add in that I'll workshop with you and stuff like that. So yeah, there is some benefits for the subscribers, and aside from that, there's more than just this game too. So we also have the D&D game as well. With this game, the interaction is being able to help me write the campaign. For the D&D game, it's all about interacting with the players, right? We're getting ready to run a Descent into Avernus, which they literally go to the 9 hells, and that's where the blood war is happening. So you got devils, demons, and angels all waging war, but it's kind of this big battle for good and evil. With that game, you guys are directly affecting the players more than the story. But the way I'm doing is I'm literally splitting it between who will you support, good or evil. You can support the good and help the players by giving them advantages, bonuses, healing potions. Yeah, exactly. So that was actually some of the old stuff. That's all going to get replaced. But you'll still be able to give them like advantages, healing potions, items, but also stuff like plot advancements. I don't want to get too much into like changing the story. It's a pre-written adventure. But maybe just I'm trying to think like some of the things I thought about were changing them every week to where it's like advantage on all ranged attacks. You know, upgrades to your your war machine. Yeah, in Descent to Avernus, you get these big battle tanks, and you can upgrade them and shit. So there's lots of different things. You can aid the players, or you can aid the bad guys. You know, you can give the DM advantage. You can give the enemy advantage on all ranged attacks. You know, advantage on all persuasion checks against a certain enemy, whatever it might be. There's a lot of different things, but you're literally going to be able to pick, do you help the good guys or the bad guys? But that's going to be more directly affecting characters instead of the story. Where this game, you're less affecting the characters. You can still give a +1 the dice pools, but you're mostly affecting the story. And as far as like the question about whether we're doing anything for new subs, the subscribers will also be able to not only have, you know, the add a character, add a location, add something for tier 3, but we could also say, you know, when you subscribe, you can pick one of those items or something like that. So yeah, the subscription doesn't just help you with this game, but that game. And that's why I haven't done a whole lot with the subs yet, is because I'm trying to make that sub benefit both sides. You know what I mean? Plus gifted subs. If you want to gift a sub, that can give you whatever, you know, $5 worth of benefits. You know what I mean? So for the D&D game, a lot of the things are like $1, $2, $3, $4, you know, some of the smaller stuff. Some of it's, you know, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, whatever. But yeah, gifting subs can also, you know, give you a free version of whatever you would have got if you just donated $2, you know. So yeah, there's a lot to it, man. I'm workshopping the last little bit of that now, but yeah, for the most part, this game, I just wanted to focus on the rumor system alone. and then that's donation based. But you could also say, something like, if I wanted to, I could say that, whenever you subscribe, you could also get to add evidence once. I've considered things like that. I just don't want to overcomplicate it either. You know what I mean? But one of the biggest benefits that I can think of is that, only, or subs only will be the ones allowed in the roleplay server. That will only be for subscribers, and those characters that not only do you get a cool Discord to roleplay in, but those characters can also become NPCs in our game that get shown on the stream. So yeah, you're not only just getting to play a character on the Discord, but that character becomes part of the show as well. So yeah, it's there's a lot going on.
Oh, very cool. I'm gonna head out. Talk to you later.
Yeah, right on, man. It's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna close this thing down, but catch you later, dude. Appreciate it.
Peace.
All right, let me go ahead and do that real quick, guys. Let's go ahead and close this thing down for the night. I just wanted to stick around for a little while after and kind of talk about the game. Again, Monday nights. Monday nights, I'm going to spend an hour or two on Vampire. Then I'm going to spend an hour or two on our D&D game. Of course, that's not up and running yet. So we'll probably do a little bit of like Vampire to start with, and then I might do an hour or two of campaign creation, where we start fleshing out these barons and locations of importance within the world that's still pretty public. Yeah, 7:45 next week. That is my goal, is to have everybody show up by 7:45 at the latest. I was here at like 6:30, you know what I mean? So I tend to I'm going to try and show up early as I can, just in case you guys want to stop in and do anything. But that's me as the DM. I got to be here early, right? But yeah, I'm going to send out a thing, and I would really like to have all the players there by 7:45 at the latest. This way, that gives us 15 minutes for tech issues, making sure everything's where you're supposed to be, and to get us live by 8 o'clock. Scheduling is something I really want to crack down on with this channel. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that for the reminder. I'll make sure to send out a notice about that. Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy it, man. Like I said, we're just getting started, and I'm dealing with a lot at the moment, so bear with me if we have a hiccup, if you see some scuff, shit like that, but we'll get there, man. It's a good game. These guys are great players. I'm already enjoying playing with these guys. So I hope you guys stick with it, get to know the characters, and help us flesh out these characters, right? That's one of the coolest parts. You guys in the chat have a lot of effect on this game. You guys help us flesh out our characters. The comments that you make in chat, the rumors that you add, the evidence that you add, the dice advantages. Even dice advantages can really change how a character role plays. If they know they have 10 dice stacked up in the background and they can blow out one roll whenever they need to, they can start acting a little cockier that day. So you guys can completely change the story, man. It's impressive. The True Dodo King, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate the follow, and I recognize that name, dude. We should be talking soon, right? Yeah. I know. Actually, I'm sure of it. Yeah. I gotta check my notes. I sent out my. Yep. I'll be talking to you tomorrow. Yeah, I sent out the. I finally made the posting for our D&D game. I've been meaning to do it for a week. Oh, really? Follow must not have went through before. That's interesting. You know what? I was seeing a couple things with like the chat being delayed. I keep an earpiece in to where I hear the chat, and some of that was coming in delayed too. So I think Twitch has got some stuff going on tonight. Yeah, but either way, thank you for the follow. I do really appreciate that. But as I was saying, I finally made the post yesterday, advertising that we are taking applicants for our D&D game. I would love to say that we'd have it running by this week, but of course that's not going to happen. It's already, tonight's Wednesday, D&D's on Friday nights, but my goal is to do everything in my power to get through all of these interviews, that I can, get through the application process, and get that game running by next Friday. So that's what I was saying. Bear with us if you see some scuff, if you see some mistakes made, if you know, we end up, you know, 15 minutes late, or tonight we were like 30, 40 minutes late getting started. First session, you know, we knew we were going to have some, you know, things happen. But yeah, bear with us, and these games will hopefully be all that you could ask for and more. Actually, I'm sure of it. I'm not even gonna say hopefully. These games are gonna fucking rock, and like that's not even a confidence thing. It's just we've got some great ideas to work with. We've got some great players. We're bringing in more great players for the D&D game. I am putting all my time, money, and energy into making sure that these games are good and good quality. Everything that gets donated goes right back into the stream. If it's not paying this electric bill, you know, and keeping these lights on, every bit of it's going back into the stream, advancing things, growing the channel, doing whatever we can. If you guys have been around for a while, you know that we had a previous D&D game, things were going great. We were averaging anywhere from 30 to 50 viewers a session, and that was within a couple of weeks. So we will be doing the same thing again here. It's just a matter of having that first week or two to get everything started. It's unfortunate that we had to kind of stop and reboot anyway, but that's what we're bouncing back from, is a reboot after closing all those old games, restarting new. So just stick around for a week. You'll love it. How far am I from 500? I'm very close. Let me see if I got the number here in front of me. I am 7 people away from 500. Yeah, I forgot to make mention of that tonight. I was gonna mention that. Yeah, we're real close to 500. And just for the records, this channel has been around. The channel itself I made, you know, a year or two ago, but I have only been doing this stream for the last 7, 8 months. Just barely getting into the 8-month mark. It was right around the first of the year. So 500 followers in, you know, 7 months time. I think we're doing okay there. And that was during a time when I started with a laptop that couldn't play Roll20. The laptop that I began this channel with could not run Roll20. It would shut down, it would crash the stream. It was that bad of a laptop. I was stealing my neighbor's internet with a cell phone duct taped to my window. And 8 months later, we have 500 followers, we have a new computer, we have our own internet, you know what I mean? Things are progressing so well, and I can't thank you guys enough for it. I'm not just bragging. I'm saying it because I want to say thank you to all you guys that have helped grow the channel and kept things moving and got us up and running. Like I said, our numbers are down right now because we had crashed our previous game. We had 3 players leave all at once. There was a disagreement amongst players. Players left. Things happened. Not a big deal. But yeah, we had to cancel essentially our D&D game for a month's time. So we used to have D&D every Friday, one-shots on Wednesdays, and we were running we started a vampire game for one whole session before everything went to hell. And like I said, I remember during that last stream, we held a solid 40 viewers for the entire stream. So like the numbers were constantly escalating. The games were getting better every week as players got more familiar with each other. And then we had to completely stop for a month. And that was about a month ago. We had to stop that. So yeah, we'll by the end of this month, well, the end of the month that's about to start, I think we'll be back to where we were. I really do. I think we'll be back to where we were and beyond. This game's going to be really a ton of fun. I am most excited about the vampire game. I'm really fucking excited about our D&D game. We were running a homebrew West Marches thing, and it was fun, but it just wasn't what I wanted to be running. And now that we're going to be doing Descent into Avernus, I am stoked about it. We got Baldur's Gate dropping right now, and we're going to run the Baldur's Gate adventure. Hell yeah, let's go. You know what I mean? It's a good time for tabletop right now. I love tabletop. It is my passion. There's a lot of things I want to start doing to help promote other things related to tabletop. I've said it before. Tabletop was one of the outlets that I used to help me when I got sober. So if it wasn't for board games and role-playing games, I wouldn't be the sober guy that you see today. You know what I mean? Sure, I still smoke some weed every now and again, but whatever. But anyway, like I was going through a real tough spot, and board games literally saved my life. It gave me an outlet to start focusing that energy on when I decided to get my life clean. And I want to start promoting things like that with the channel. I always want to make sure to promote, you know, awareness, you know, for that type of thing. So anytime I can help other people with it, you know, or just be a, you know, maybe an outlet for others. I've had people tell me that, you know, it's helped them, you know, just watching the stream has helped them with things. So there's a lot of things I want to do with this channel. We're just getting started, and we started with nothing. So give us a little time to get this game up and running, and you'll love it. That's what I'm getting at. What's the setting of Baldur's Gate 1? It's a pre-written adventure. Baldur's Gate: Descent into Avernus. It is one of the pre-written campaign books from Wizards of the Coast. You start out in Baldur's Gate. You travel to Avernus, the first level of Hell, and most of the campaign takes place in Hell. On the first level of Hell, Avernus. So yeah, it's related around Baldur's Gate. That is the storyline there. So like, if you're playing BG3, if you guys are playing Baldur's Gate 3, when you guys go to the Druid Grove and all the tieflings are there because they just got kicked out of El Churel, the reason they got kicked out of El Churel is because El Churel literally gets sucked into Hell. And all the refugees go to places like Baldur's Gate. That's why the tieflings are leaving El Churel and heading to Baldur's Gate. The story of Baldur's Gate 3 is right after El Churel comes back. So presuming that our campaign goes well, they get the city back, it returns to the material plane, but all the people that just spent all that time in Hell are looking around at the tieflings like, we don't want you here anymore. So they kick all the infernal creatures out of El Churel, and they're leaving to go to Baldur's Gate. every race, clan, class, all of that, all of those will fit. I said clan. That's vampire. Yeah, no, race, race, class, background, all of it's fine. Whatever you're interested in there. But I can get. After I go through the interview process and all that stuff, I will actually sit down and spend time discussing the game with everybody as well. I want to do a session 0, even if it's just something quick and simple, where we just have 2 hours to sit and talk about, you know, how your characters are connected, how I expect the game to be played, you know, topics that you guys want to see covered in the game, things like that. So we'll get a point to get to that. But yeah, essentially just the idea is that El Churel, the city of El Churel, a typically holy city, gets sucked into Hell, and us being members of that city, or, you know, residents of that city that happen to escape that incident, go to Baldur's Gate, start working with political figures there to try and get help, and actually end up traveling to Avernus to try and reclaim the city. So things like paladins and clerics will come in handy, because you have, you know, holy powers against devils and demons, but you're also in Hell, so it's going to be a lot harder for you as a paladin or a cleric, even though you have these godly abilities that'll do a lot more damage. So like, your damage, if you go with a holy character, your damage goes up while your moral values are going to go down and be harder to roleplay. Whereas playing a rogue, someone that's a little more morally ambiguous, I'm not saying the word right. Someone who's a little bit more on the edge as far as like shady goes, will have a much easier time dealing with people, making infernal pacts, and, you know, working out deals with demons and stuff like that. So it's really up to you as to what you want to play, but each different class will probably affect how you play the game, because things are all going to be very different in Avernus, you know. But there's plenty of source material out that you can look at. I definitely am asking all my players to avoid spoilers. But yeah, just look up, go to like D&D Beyond, or sorry, on YouTube. Here, let me find it for you. Let me just get it for you. YouTube. There's a good video on YouTube from the D&D Beyond folks that talk about
And do you have recommendations for like classes?
well, yeah, this video is perfect. This video is spoiler free, but it is literally how to prepare for Descent into Avernus. It'll give you a rough idea of what the story's about and general vibes. Think Mad Max. They literally tried to this is a Mad Max ripoff. If you look at the pre-written adventures that come from Wizards of the Coast that they do, they are almost always based on a movie or a TV show or a theme. And Mad Max is, you know, Fury Road is the source for this campaign. There you go. Right there's the video. I said perp vid instead of prep vid. But yeah, that's it. Let's see. But anyway, yeah, I got a message coming in on my phone, so I'm going to leave you guys there. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the stream, part of the channel, for all your follows and support. I thank you for everything and can't wait to bring you more of it. For the Baldur's Gate applicants, I will be reaching out to you guys tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. I am hoping to get it ready by next Friday. Pray to God, you know, that we can get it up and running by next Friday, but we got a lot of work to go, so please bear with me as we make our way through it. But yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for being a part of the stream and watching the channel and all this stuff, and I hope to continue to do even more in the future. You know, you guys were asking about like donations and subscriptions. I'm coming up with things for that every day. Again, we are putting together a Discord server for role-playing for both D&D and Vampire the Masquerade, subscriber only setup where you guys can play in the world, so lots going on there, and I can't wait to share it with you guys. But I want to thank you guys all for coming in. Thank you guys for doing, you know, your part and helping, you know, boost the stream and all that. If you haven't already, please follow the channel if you have the ability. Don't do it if you don't. If you have the ability, please subscribe, send your, you know, free Twitch or your Twitch Prime thing, you know, maybe consider tossing us a sub. Those things help us support the channel so we can pay for the materials to do this. You know, Roll20 costs money, D&D Beyond costs money, all that stuff. So it just keeps the channel rolling. This is my full-time job, and it is greatly appreciated when you guys support the channel. So please consider it. But don't do it if you can't afford it. I do not want anybody losing cash that they don't have. Hey, True Kang, man. Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Those Prime subs are the shit, you know. It's a free sub a month. It goes a long way. It helps me so much to keep this channel running, so thank you. But I do have to take this call. I'm sorry for running out, but thank you, Dodo King, man. Can't wait to talk to you tomorrow. Looking forward to everything, and I will see you guys all in the next one. Monday night, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. We're going to be doing a table talk about this game and then maybe some campaign prep afterwards, so join us then, and we'll be back next Wednesday to talk to you again. So I'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a great night. Peace.